The Preface of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. Preface 1907. To my wife Linda Douglas Kitson. In publishing a popular edition of my work, Captain James Cook, R.N., F.R.S., it has, of course, been necessary to condense it, but care has been taken to omit nothing of importance, and at the same time a few slight errors have been corrected, and some new information has been added, chiefly relating to the disposition of documents. I must not omit this opportunity of thanking the reviewers for the extremely kind manner in which they all received the original work, a manner indeed which far exceeded my highest hopes. Arthur Kitson, London, 1912. End of preface. Chapter number 1 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. James Cook, R.N., F.R.S. Chapter 1 Early Years. James Cook, the Circumnavigator, was a native of the district of Cleveland, Yorkshire, but of his ancestry there is now very little satisfactory information to be obtained. Nichols, in his Topographer and Genealogist, suggests that James Cook, the celebrated mariner, was probably of common origin with the Stockton Cooks, his reason for the suggestion being that a branch of the family possessed a crayon portrait of some relation, which was supposed to resemble the great discoverer. He makes no explanation of the difference in spelling of the two names, and admits that the sailor's family was said to come from Scotland. Dr. George Young, certainly the most reliable authority on Cook's early years, who published a life in 1836, went to Whitby as vicar about 1805, and claims to have obtained much information about his subject through intercourse with his relatives, friends, and acquaintances, including one or two surviving school companions, and appears to be satisfied that Cook was of Scotch extraction. Dr. George Johnson, a very careful writer, states in his Natural History of the Eastern Borders that in 1692 the father of James Thomson, the author of the Seasons, was minister of Ednam, Roxburghshire, and a man named John Cook was one of the elders of the kirk. This John Cook married on the 19th January 1693 a woman named Jean Duncan, by whom he had a son, James, baptized 4th March 1694, and this child, Johnson positively asserts, was afterwards the father of the future Captain Cook. The dates of the marriage and baptism have been verified by the Reverend John Burleigh, minister of Ednam, and they agree with the probable date of the birth of Cook's father, for he died in 1778 at the age of 85. Owing to the loss of the church records for some years after 1698, Mr. Burleigh was unable to trace when this James Cook left Ednam to better himself, but he would take with him a certificate of church membership, which might possibly but not probably still exist. Attracted, perhaps, by the number of Scotch people who flocked into the north of Yorkshire to follow the alum trade, then at its height, James Cook settled down and married, and the first positive information to be obtained is that he and his wife Grace, her maiden name has so far escaped identification, though she is known to have been a native of Cleveland, resided for some time at Morton in the parish of Ormsby, and here their eldest child, John, was born in January 1727. Dr. Young says that James Cook had a superstition that his mother's farewell was prophetic of his marriage, for her words were, "God send you grace." Birthplace. Shortly after the birth of John, the Cooks left Morton for Marton, a village a few miles away, and the similarity of the two names has caused some confusion. At Marton the father worked for a Mr. Mewburn, living in a small cottage built of mud, called in the district a clay biggin. This cottage was pulled down in 1786, when Major Rudd erected a mansion near the spot. Afterwards, when the mansion was burned to the ground, the site of the cottage was planted with trees, and was popularly known as Cook's Garth. Dr. Young was shown the spot by an old shoemaker, whose wife's mother was present at Captain Cook's birth, and he says there was a willow tree occupying the site, but no vestige of the walls was left. Mr. Bolcow, the present owner of Marton Hall, says, "The cottage was found destroyed when my uncle bought Marton, in 1854, but we came across the foundations of it when the grounds were laid out. A granite vase has been erected on the spot. The pump, which Besant says still exists, and was made by Cook's father to supply his house with water, was put there after Cook's time, and has disappeared. In this humble clay biggin, James Cook, the circumnavigator, was born on 27th October 1728, and was registered as baptized on 3rd November in the Marton Church records, being entered as ye son of a day labourer. He was one of several children, most of whom died young. John, the eldest, who lived till he was 23, and Margaret, who married a Redcar fisherman named James Flack, being the only two that came to maturity. The Cooks remained at Marton for some years, during which time they removed to another cottage, and young James received some instruction from a Mistress Mary Walker, who taught him his letters and a little reading. Dr. Young and Kippis called her the village schoolmistress, but Ord, who was a descendant on his mother's side, says she was the daughter of the wealthiest farmer in the neighbourhood, and wife of William Walker, a respectable yeoman of the first class residing at Marton Grange. Young James, a lad of less than 8 years old, worked for Mr. Walker, tended the stock, took the horses to water, and ran errands for the family, and in return for such services the good lady, finding him an intelligent, active youth, was pleased to teach him his alphabet and reading. In 1736 Cook's father was appointed to the position of hind or bailiff by Mr. Skottowe, and removed with his family to Airyholme Farm near Ayton. According to Besant, a hind was one who, residing on a farm, was paid a regular wage for carrying on the work, and handed over the proceeds to the landlord. Young James, now 8 years of age, was sent to the school on the High Green kept by a Mr. Pullen, where he was instructed in writing and arithmetic as far as the first few rules, reading having apparently been acquired before. He is said to have shown a special aptitude for arithmetic, and it is believed that owing to the good reports of his progress, Mr. Skottowe paid for his schooling. According to Dr. Young, his schoolfellows gave him the character of being fond of his own way, and when any project was on foot for bird nesting or other boyish amusements, and discussion arose as to the method to be pursued, he would propound his own plans and insist on their superiority. Should his views not meet with approval, he would pertinaciously adhere to them, even at the risk of being abandoned by his companions. Staiths. Most authorities say that Cook was bound apprentice to Mr. Saunderson, a grocer and haberdasher of Staiths, at the age of 13, but Mrs. Dodds, Saunderson's daughter, told Dr. Young that after leaving school he remained on the farm helping his father till 1745, when he was 17 years old, and then went to Staiths to her father on a verbal agreement without indentures, and would thus be free to leave or be discharged at any time. The shop and the house where he was engaged was situated about 300 yards from the present slipway, and close to the sea, in fact so close that in 1812 it was threatened by the water, and was pulled down by Saunderson's successor, Mr. John Smailey, and the materials, as far as possible, were used in erecting the building in Church Street, which is now pointed out as Cook's shop. The late Mr. Waddington of Grosmont, near Whitby, says he visited Straiths in 1887 and found the original site covered by deep water. He was informed by an old man, who, as a boy, had assisted in removing the stock from the old shop, that not only were the stones used again in Church Street, but also most of the woodwork, including the present door with its iron knocker, at which, probably, Cook himself had knocked many a time. At Staiths, Cook remained as Saunderson's assistant for about 18 months, and it may easily be imagined how this growing lad listened with all his ears to the tales of the old sailors, recalling brave deeds and strange experiences in storm and shine on that element which for so many years was to be his home, and at length, impelled by some instinctive feeling, that on it laid the path ready at his feet to lead him on to future distinction, he vowed to himself that he would not bind down his life to the petty round of a country storekeeper. At length the opportunity came, which is related in a breezy and lifelike manner by Besant as follows: after painting Saunderson's character in colours of a rather disagreeable hue, as one too fond of his grog for himself and his stick for his apprentices, he says that Cook stole a shilling out of the till, packed up his luggage in a single pocket handkerchief, ran away across the moors to Whitby, found a ship on the point of sailing, jumped on board, offered his services as cabin boy, was at once accepted, showed himself so smart and attentive that he completely won the heart of the sour-visaged mate, and through his good graces was eventually bound apprentice to the owners of the ship, and thus laid the foundation of his fortunes. This account does not explain how it was that the dishonest runaway apprentice it depicts continued to retain the friendship and esteem of his master and Mrs. Dodds. Apprenticed to the sea. There undoubtedly was a difficulty about the shilling, and Dr. Young's version, gathered from those who knew Cook personally and lived in Staiths and Whitby at the time, is more probable. He says that Cook had noticed a South Sea shilling, and being struck by the unusual design (it was only coined in 1723), changed it for one of his own. Saunderson had also noticed it, and when he missed it, inquired for it perhaps in somewhat unmeasured terms, but on the matter being explained was fully satisfied. Afterwards, seeing that the boy was bent upon a sea life, he obtained the father's permission, and took young James to Whitby himself, where he introduced him to Mr. John Walker, a member of a shipping firm of repute, to whom he was bound apprentice, not to the firm, and with whom he never lost touch till the end of his life. The period of apprenticeship was, on the authority of Messrs. John and Henry Walker, 3 years, and not either 7 or 9 as it usually stated. and the difficulty about being apprenticed to both Saunderson and Walker is of course set at rest by Mrs. Dodd's explanation. Whitby was at the time a very important centre of the coasting trade, and possessed several shipbuilding yards of good reputation, and it was in a Whitby built ship, the Freelove, that Cook made his first voyage. She was a vessel of about 450 tons, some 80 tons larger than the celebrated bark Endeavour, was employed in the coal trade up and down the east coast, and no doubt Cook picked up many a wrinkle of seamanship, and many a lesson of the value of promptitude in the time of danger which would prove of service when he came to the days of independent command, for the North Sea has, from time immemorial, been reckoned a grand school from which to obtain true sailormen for the royal service. As usual in those days, Cook stayed in his employer's house in the intervals between his trips, and his time ashore was longer during the winter months, as the ships were generally laid up. The house in Grape Street, at present occupied by Mr. Braithwaite, is pointed out as the one where he lived whilst with Mr. Walker, but this is incorrect, for Mr. Waddington ascertained from the rate books that Mr. Walker's mother was living there at that time, and Mr. Walker lived in Haggergate from 1734 to 1751, removing thence to the north side of Bakehouse Yard in that year, and to Grape Street in 1752, after his mother's death. That is, he did not reside in Grape Street till 3 years after Cook's apprenticeship was ended, when, following the usual custom, he would have to fend for himself. During these periods of leisure between his voyages, Cook endeavoured to improve his store of knowledge, and it is believed he received some instruction in elementary navigation. He made great friends with Mr. Walker's housekeeper, Mary Proud, from whom he obtained the concession of a table and a light in a quiet corner away from the others, where he might read and write in peace. That he worked hard to improve himself is evident from the fact that Mr. Walker pushed him on at every opportunity, and gave him as varied an experience of things nautical as lay in his power. After several voyages in the Freelove, which is stated by the Yorkshire Gazette to have been lost, together with 150 passengers, and the winter's supply of gingerbread for Whitby, off either the French or Dutch coast one stormy Christmas, the date was not given. Cook was sent to assist in rigging and fitting for sea a vessel called the Three Brothers, some 600 tons burden, which was still in existence towards the close of last century. When she was completed, Cook made 2 or 3 trips in her with coals, and then she was employed for some months as a transport for troops from Middleburg to Dublin and Liverpool. She was paid off by the government at Deptford in the spring of 1749, and then traded to Norway, during which time Cook completed his apprenticeship, that is, in July 1749. Cook told the naturalist of the second South Sea voyage, Mr. Forster, that on one of his trips to Norway the rigging of the ship was completely covered with birds that had been driven off the land by a heavy gale, and among them was several hawks who made the best of their opportunities with the small birds. Offered command. When his apprenticeship had expired he went before the mast for about 3 years. In 1750 he was in the Baltic trade on the Maria, owned by Mr. John Wilkinson of Whitby, and commanded by Mr. Gaskin, a relative of the Walkers. The following year he was in a Stockton ship, and in 1752 he was appointed mate of Messrs. Walker's new vessel, the Friendship, on board of which he continued for 3 years, and of which, on the authority of Mr. Samwell, the surgeon of the Discovery on the third voyage, who paid a visit to Whitby on his return and received his information from the Walkers, He would have been given the command had he remained longer in the mercantile marine. This was rapid promotion for a youth with nothing to back him up but his own exertions and strict attention to duty, and tends to prove that he had taken full advantage of the opportunities that fell in his way, and had even then displayed a power of acquiring knowledge of his profession beyond the average. About this time Cook's father seems to have given up his position at Airy Home Farm, and turned his attention to building. A house in Ayton is still pointed out as his work, but has apparently been partially rebuilt, for Dr. Young speaks of it as a stone house, and it is now partly brick. But the stone doorway still remains, with the initials J.G.C. for James and Grace Cook, and the date 1755. The old man has been represented as completely uneducated, but this cannot have been true. Coleman, in his Random Recollections, writing of a visit he paid to Redcar about 1773, relates how a venerable old man was pointed out, who, only 2 or 3 years previously, had learnt to read that he might gratify a parent's pride and love by perusing his son's first voyage round the world. He was the father of Captain Cook. If it is true that he was the son of an elder of the Scottish Church, it is extremely improbable that he was entirely uneducated, and the position he held as hind to Mr. Skottowe would necessitate at any rate some knowledge of keeping farming accounts. More convincing information still is to be found in the Leeds Mercury of 27th October 1883, where Mr. George Markham Tweedle of Stokesley writes, "I may mention that Captain Cook's father was not the illiterate man he has been represented, and I have, lying on my study table as I write, a deed bearing his signature dated 1755, and the father's signature bears a resemblance to that of his distinguished son. Reading is invariably learnt before writing, and as, in 1755, the old man was 61, it is evident he did not wait till he was 80 to learn to read." Father's grave. He claimed to have carved the inscription on the family tombstone in Great Ayton churchyard, and after spending the last years of his life under the roof of his son-in-law, James Fleck of Redcar, he died on 1st April 1778 at 84 years. He was buried in Marske churchyard, but there was nothing to mark his grave, and its place has long been forgotten. His death is registered as that of a day labourer. End of chapter 1. Chapter number 2 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, 1755 to 1757. HMS Eagle. Notwithstanding the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1748, troubles were constantly arising between the French and English, in which the American colonies of both nations took a conspicuous part, and ultimately led to open war. The first shot was fired on the 10th of June 1755, although war was not formally declared until May 1756. In June 1755 the Friendship was in the Thames, and it is said that to avoid the hot press which had been ordered, Cook first went into hiding for some time, and then decided to volunteer. This is untrue, for, as has been shown, he had already made up his mind, and had refused Messrs. Walker's offer of the command of one of their ships, the acceptance of which would have saved him from the press as masters were exempt. He now saw his opportunity had come. He knew that experienced men were difficult to obtain, that men of a certain amount of nautical knowledge, and of good character, could soon raise themselves above the rank of ordinary seamen, and had doubtless in his mind many cases of those who, entering as seamen, found their way to the quarter-deck, and knowing he had only to ask the Walkers for letters of recommendation for them to be at his service, he determined to take the important step and volunteer into the Royal Navy. It must be remembered that this act of leaving employment, which to most men of his position would have seemed most satisfactory, was not the act of a hot-headed youth, no step taken in mere spirit of adventure, but the calmly reasoned act of a man of 27 years, and some 8 or 9 years' experience of both the rough and smooth sides of maritime life. Several letters were written to Mr. Walker, one or two of which, relating to a later period, were seen and copied by Dr. Young, but they fell into the hand of a niece, who unfortunately, not recognising their value, destroyed them shortly before her death, which occurred some years ago. However, it is certain that he wrote one about this time and evidently received a favourable reply, for he shortly afterwards wrote again acknowledging the service done him. Enters Navy. Having made up his mind how to proceed, Cook went to a rendezvous at Wapping and volunteered into HMS Eagle, a fourth-rate 60-gun ship, with a complement of 400 men and 56 marines, at that time moored into Portsmouth Harbour. On the muster roll, preserved in the Records Office, the following entry occurs: 161 from London rendezvous. James Cook, A.B. Entry, June 17th, 1755. First appearance June 25th, 1755. On the 24th July, that is 37 days after the date of entry into the Navy, he is rated as master's mate, a position he held till 30th June 1757, when he quitted HMS Eagle. His appointment was facilitated by the difficulty experienced in obtaining men for the service, as may be gathered from Captain Haymar's letters, who writes applying to the Admiralty for permission to break up his London rendezvous. As he says, it had procured very few men, and those only landmen. Again, he complains of the quality of the men he has received, and says he is 140 short of his complement. In another letter, "I do not believe there is a worse manned ship in the Navy. Yesterday I received from the Bristol 25 supernumeraries belonging to different ships, but not one seaman among them, but on the contrary all very indifferent landsmen." These complaints were endorsed by Captain Palliser, who succeeded Hamer on the Eagle, for he wrote that some of the crew were turned over from ship to ship so often that he was quite unable to make out their original one, they being such that none choose to own them. Of 44 said to belong to the Ramillies, she wanted only 6 the other day, but her boatswain could find out only those amongst them that he thought worth having. In the face of these deficiencies in quantity and quality of men, and remembering the good character he doubtless obtained from Mr. Walker, there can be no surprise that when Cook sailed out of an English port for the first time as a Royal Navy sailor, he held the rating of master's mate. It is usual to look upon him as an explorer and surveyor only, but a very little inquiry shows that he played an active part in some of the most stirring events in the next few years. The records of his personal deeds are wanting, but his ships saw service, and from his character it is certain that when duty called, James Cook would not be found wanting. Many of the men under whom he served have left behind names that will always be associated with the construction of the present British Empire. and with most of them he was in immediate personal contact, and obtained in every case their respect, in some their close personal friendship. Pallisser commands. On the 1st of July the Eagle was ordered to fit and provision for the Leeward Islands, but having received 62 men and 53 marines, the orders were changed to cruise between Sicily and Cape Clear, and she sailed on the 4th of August. She was caught in a gale off the old head of Kinsale, and received some damage, and her mainmast was reported as sprung, so she returned to Plymouth for survey and repairs. Thinking that the removal of the mast would be a good opportunity to scrape his ship, which was very foul, Captain Hamer had her lightened for that purpose, but on examination the mast was found to be in good order, and the Admiralty was so annoyed at the absence of the ship from her cruising ground that they ordered Captain Pallisser to take over the command and prepare for sea without further loss of time. This he did on the 1st of October, and sailed from Plymouth on the 7th, and after cruising about in the Channel and making a few small captures, he returned on the 22nd of November, remaining till the 13th of March, and during this time Cook had a short spell of sickness, but it can hardly be called serious, as he was only in hospital for 10 days, being back to his duty on the 17th of February. In April, when off the Isle of Bass, brought to and sent on board the cutter a petty officer and 5 men with arms, provisions, etc. This extract from the log records Cook's first independent command. The cutter was one of 2 hired vessels which had joined the squadron the previous day under convoy, and the armed party was probably put on board as a precaution against privateers, who were at that time pretty busy on the French coast. Cook took her into Plymouth Sound, and he and his 5 men went on board the St. Albans, and in her rejoined his own ship on the 2nd of May, and then returned to Plymouth on the 4th of June. Pallisser, in reporting his arrival to the Secretary of the Admiralty, said that he had put ashore to the hospital 130 sick men, most of which were extremely ill, buried in the last month 22. The surgeon and 4 men died yesterday, and the surgeon's 2 mates were extremely ill. Have 35 men absent in prizes and 35 short in complement, so that we are now in a very weak condition. This sickness and mortality was attributed to the absolute want of proper clothing, many of the men having come on board with only what they stood in, and some in rags, so the captain asked for permission to issue an extra supply of slops, a request that was immediately granted. Duc d'Aquitaine. After another short cruise the Eagle returned to Plymouth with Pallisser very ill with fever. He obtained sick leave, and Captain Proby was ordered to take command, but was detained so long in the Downs by contrary winds that Pallisser, who had heard a rumour of a French squadron having been seen in the Channel, shook off his fever and resumed the command of his ship, which was almost ready for sea. Every part of the Channel mentioned in the rumour was carefully searched, but no signs of the enemy were seen, and the author of the report, a Swede, was detained in Portsmouth for some months. On the 19th of November the Eagle's crew was increased to 420 men, and she was kept cruising throughout the winter, and on the 4th of January 1757 she was caught in a heavy gale off the Isle of Wight, where she had most of her sails blown out of her. On the 25th of May she sailed from Plymouth Sound in company with HMS Medway, and a day or 2 afterwards they fell in with and chased a French East Indiaman, the Duc d'Aquitaine, in rather heavy weather. The Medway was leading, but when getting close had to bring to in order to clear for action, as otherwise she would be unable to open her lee ports. Pallisser, on the other hand, was all ready, and pressed on, bringing the chase to action. After a hard set to, lasting about 3/4 of an hour, the Frenchmen struck, having lost 50 men killed and 30 wounded, whilst the Eagle lost 10 killed and 80 wounded, and the list of damages to the ship reported to the Admiralty shows that the action was sharp though short. The Medway was only able to afford assistance by firing a few raking shots, and suffered no damage except having 10 men wounded by an accidental explosion of gunpowder. The masts and sails of the prize were so much damaged that she lost them all in the night. One of the masts in falling sank the Medway's cutter. It was found she had a complement of 493 men, and was armed with 50 guns. She had landed her East Indian cargo in Lisbon, and then proceeded to cruise for 14 days on the lookout for an English convoy sailing in the charge of HMS Mermaid. She had succeeded in picking up one prize, an English brig, which was ransomed for £200. This was Cook's first experience of an important naval action, and Pallisser was complimented by the Lords of the Admiralty for his gallant conduct. The Duc d'Aquitaine was purchased for the Navy, and was entered under her own name as a third-rate, 64-gun ship, with a complement of 500 men. The Eagle returned with her consort and her prize to Plymouth, and soon afterwards Cook's connection with her came to an end. According to Dr. Kippis, Mr. Walker had interested the member for Scarborough, Mr. Osbaldiston, on the subject of Cook's promotion, but the rule was that candidates for lieutenancy must have been employed on board a king's ship for a period of not less than 6 years, and an order had recently been issued that this regulation was to be strictly adhered to. Captain Pallisser therefore wrote to Mr. Osbaldiston that Cook had been too short a time in the service for a commission, but that a master's warrant might be given him, by which he would be raised to a station that he was well qualified to discharge with ability and credit. The result of this correspondence is shown in the Eagle's muster roll, for on 27th June James Cook attended his last muster, and on the 30th he was discharged, the succeeding rolls registering D. 30th June 1757, Solebay, preferment. The Mercury Cook. At this point all the writers on Captain Cook have been led into error by following the lead of Dr. Kippis. Everyone, with the single exception of Lord Brougham, who by an evident slip of the pen puts him on board the Mersey, writes that he was appointed master of HMS Mercury, and that he joined the fleet of Admiral Saunders in the Gulf of St. Lawrence at the same time of the capture of Quebec in that ship. From the public records it has been ascertained that the Mercury was not in the Gulf of St. Lawrence with Saunders, but in the latter half of 1759 was sent to New York, thence to Boston, and was at Spithead in April the following year. The same source also shows that not only was the circumnavigator never to board the Mercury in any capacity, but in all probability he never even saw her. He is also said to have been master's mate on the Pembroke, and Dr. Kippis has him appointed to 3 different ships on 3 consecutive days. The Grampus, but she sailed before Cook could even join her. The Garland, but she was found to have a master when Cook joined, and lastly the Mercury. The explanation for this confusion, as far as the Mercury is concerned, the rest was imagination, is that there was a second James Cook in the service, who was appointed master of the Mercury under a warrant dated 15th May 1759, and entered on his duties immediately. He was with his ship at Sheerness on the 12th of July, at which time his namesake was before Quebec. On the return of the Mercury from Boston, her master was returned for some time as sick on shore, and on the 11th of June 1760 was succeeded by one John Emerton. Soon after he was appointed 3rd Lieutenant of the Gosport, his commission bearing date 1st April 1760, that is before he left the Mercury. He was with his new ship at the recapture of St. John's, Newfoundland, in 1762, with John Jervis, afterwards Lord St. Vincent, as his captain. In 1765 he was on the Wolf on the Jamaica station, and was selected by Admiral Burnaby to carry despatches to the Governor of Yucatan. This duty he successfully carried out, and in 1796 published a pamphlet describing his adventures during the journey. On his return to England he applied to the Duke of Newcastle for the command of a cutter, and the letter is now in the British Museum, having been included in a collection in mistake for one written by his celebrated namesake. There is a certain similarity in the writing, but in the signature he writes the Christian name as Jas, while Captain Cook usually wrote Jams. The Mercury cook was lieutenant of the Speedwell in 1773, and having had some property left him in Jersey, he received leave of absence in August. He never rose above lieutenant, and disappears from the Navy List after July 1800. A manuscript log kept by James Cook, whilst master's mate of the Eagle, is now in the possession of Mr. Alexander Turnbull of Wellington, New Zealand. End of chapter 2. Chapter number 3 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, 1757 to 1759. HMS Pembroke. Cook joined HMS Solebay on the 30th of July 1757 at Leith, where she was then stationed, but the date of his warrant has not been ascertained, although the public records and Trinity House have both been searched for the purpose. His stay was not long, for after a cruise of a few days she returned to Leith, and on the 17th of September Cook was superseded by John Nichols. In fact, his time on board was so short that his signature is not appended to any of the rolls. In April 1757 Mr. Bissett, who was master of the Eagle when Cook was master's mate, and who therefore would have a better chance than anyone else to measure his subordinate's character and capabilities, was appointed master of HMS Pembroke, a new ship, and superintended her fitting for sea. On the 26th of October he found himself transferred to the Stirling Castle, and it is only reasonable to suppose that having formed a high opinion of Cook's work, and knowing of his ambition to rise in the service, he would give information of the opportunity, and as far as he could, push forward his friend's interests. At any rate, the muster rolls show that in less than 6 weeks from leaving the Solebay, Cook was established on board the Pembroke as master, under a warrant bearing the date 18th of October 1757. And entered upon his duties on the 27th of October, the 29th anniversary of his birth, and from that date to his discharge into the Northumberland he signed the usual documents. At the time of his joining, the ship was fitting and victualling for sea at Portsmouth, and on the 8th of November she sailed for the Bay of Biscay, under the command of Captain Simcoe, returning to Plymouth on the 9th of February 1758. Louisburg. The British government had decided on making a determined effort to wrest the colony of New France from the hands of the French, and one of the few steps was to attempt the capture of the port of Louisburg, at the entrance of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, a place which the enemy were said to have rendered almost impregnable, at an expenditure of some £1,25,000,000. They looked upon it as second only to Quebec in its importance to the safe keeping of the colony. In order to carry out this design, a fleet was prepared under Admiral Boscawen, known to his men as Old Dreadnought, and from a peculiar carriage of the head, said to have been contracted from a youthful habit of imitating one of his father's old servants, Wry-necked Dick, to convey a small army under Major General Amherst to the scene of action. Boscawen sailed with his fleet, one member of which was the Pembroke, for Halifax, where they arrived via Madeira and the Bermudas on the 8th of May. Having completed his arrangements, Boscawen left Halifax on the 28th of May with 17 sail of the Royal Navy and 127 transports, picking up 2 more men of war and 8 transports just outside, and a couple more of the latter a few hours later. He had to leave behind at Halifax, with orders to rejoin him as soon as they were fit, several ships, the Pembroke being one, as their crews were so weakened by scurvy during the voyage from England. The Pembroke had lost 29 men, but was sufficiently recovered to be able to sail with 3 transports, 2 schooners, and a cattle sloop on the 7th of June, and arrived off Louisburg on the 12th, 4 days too late to take part in the landing which had been successfully carried out in the face of great difficulties caused by the roughness of the weather, the rocky coast, and the opposition of the enemy. In fact, James Wolfe, who was a brigadier throughout the siege, and on whose shoulders a very large portion of the work seems to have fallen, says, "Our landing was next to miraculous." There were 3 officers and 49 men killed, 5 officers and 59 men wounded of the army, 11 men killed and 4 officers and 29 men wounded of the navy, and 19 men wounded of the transport service. The weather was so bad that no stores or artillery could be landed for several days, the first gun being got ashore on the 16th, so Cook was in plenty of time to take his share in the difficult task of landing supplies, a task so dangerous that the fleet lost 100 boats in this duty alone. As well as forming the supply base for the army, the fleet also provided 583 men to act as gunners and engineers ashore, but none of these were from the Pembroke. The nature of the ground rendered the work of constructing the approaches and batteries extremely difficult, and it was not until the 20th of June that the first gun opened fire. Wolfe formed a battery on Lighthouse Point, one side of the entrance to the harbour, whilst the town was on the other side, with a fortified island in between, and the harbour held a French fleet which, at the time of the arrival of the British, consisted of 9 men of war. One escaped on the very day of the landing, and was shortly afterwards followed by 2 more. One, L'Echo, was captured by Sir Charles Hardy and taken into the British Navy, whilst the other, though chased for some distance, made good its escape to L'Orient with the first news of the siege. Previously to the coming of the British, 2 ships had been sunk in the harbour's mouth to render entrance therein difficult. 2 more were added to these, and then a 5th. One ship was blown up by a British shell, and setting fire to 2 others that lay alongside her. They also were destroyed. The fate of the other 2 is described in the Pembroke's log, kept by Cook, as follows: In the night 50 boats, manned and armed, rowed into the harbour under the command of the captains La Forêt of the Hunter and Belfort of the Etna, in order to cut away the 2 men of war and tow them to the north-east harbour, one of which they did, viz. the Bienfaisant of 64 guns, the Prudent 74 guns being aground, was set on fire. At 11 a.m. the firing ceased on both sides. The boats concerned in this attack, which Boscawen describes as a very brilliant affair well carried out, were a barge and pinnace or cutter from all the ships, except the Northumberland, which was too sickly, commanded by a lieutenant, mate, or midshipman; and Dr. Graham, in his History of the United States of North America, says, "The renowned Captain Cook, then serving as a petty officer on board of a British ship of war, co-operated in this exploit, and wrote an account of it to a friend in England. That he had distinguished himself may be inferred from his promotion to the rank of lieutenant in the Royal Navy, which took place immediately after." This statement that he was in the affair may be true, but there is no evidence on the point, and as he was a warrant and not a petty officer, and as his promotion did not take place for several years, Dr. Graham's story may well be doubted. It is believed that Cook did write to Mr. Walker from Louisburg, but the letter was one of those so unfortunately destroyed. The loss on this occasion to the British was very slight, there being only 7 killed and 9 wounded. The Bienfaisant, having been surveyed, was received into the Navy and given to Captain Balfour, whilst the command of l'Echo was conferred on Captain Laforey. In consequence of this success and the threat of an immediate assault on the town, the French commander, M. Drucourt, decided to surrender on the following day. This success was highly esteemed in England, and Admiral Boscawen and General Amherst received the thanks of the Houses of Parliament. Wolfe and Hardy. After the siege, Wolfe wrote to Lord George Sackville, speaking in warm terms of Boscawen and his men, and says, "Sir Charles Hardy too in particular, and all the officers of the Navy in general, have given us their utmost assistance, and with the greatest cheerfulness imaginable. I have often been in pain for Sir Charles's squadron at an anchor off the harbour's mouth. They rid out some very hard gales of wind rather than leave an opening for the French to escape, but notwithstanding the utmost diligence on his side, a frigate found means to get out and is gone to Europe, charge de fanforonades. I had the satisfaction of putting 2 or 3 howitzer shells into her stern, and to shatter him a little with some of your Lordship's 24-pound shot, before he retreated, and I much question whether he will hold out the voyage." The Pembroke formed one of this squadron under Sir Charles Hardy, and after the capitulation of the town, was despatched with 9 other ships and a small body of troops under Wolfe to harry the French settlements around Gas Bay, as a preparation for the attack on Quebec it was intended to make in the following year. Several settlements and magazines were destroyed, 4 guns and a pair of colours were captured, and then the squadron returned to Halifax for the winter. Admiral Sir Charles Saunders was selected to command the fleet that was to be employed in this new movement against the capital of New France, a man of whom Horace Walpole wrote. The Admiral was a pattern of the most sturdy bravery, united with the most unaffected modesty. No man said less, or deserved more. Simplicity in his manners, generosity and good nature adorned his genuine love of his country. With Durell's squadron. He left Spithead on the 17th of February 1759, with the intention of calling at Louisburg, the appointed rendezvous for the expedition, on his way to Halifax. But the season had been so severe that Louisburg, usually free from ice, was found to be unapproachable, so he went on, arriving at Halifax on the 30th of April. Admiral Durell had been sent out earlier from England, and was now despatched from Halifax with a squadron, of which the Pembroke was one, to prevent, if possible, the entry into the river of the usual spring fleet from France with supplies and reinforcements for Quebec, and to keep the French from putting up any fortifications on the Ile aux Coudres, thereby adding to the difficulties of the fleet in ascending this dangerous portion of river. The weather was bad, and the trouble caused by fog and ice so great that Durell found the fleet of 18 sail, convoyed by 2 frigates, had escaped him, but 1 or 2 small store ships were captured which proved of service to the British afterwards. On the way up the Gulf, Captain Simcoe of the Pembroke died, and the ship was given temporarily to Lieutenant Collins of Durell's ship, and afterwards to Captain Wheelock, who remained in her till after Cook left. Durell's squadron arrived off the Ile aux Coudres on the 25th, and on the 28th the Pembroke landed the troops she had on board, "as did ye rest of ye men of war," and they took possession of the island, which was found to be deserted by its inhabitants. The troops that were on board Durell's ships were under the command of Colonel Carleton, the Quartermaster General of the force, and Wolfe's great friend, whose services had only been obtained from the king with the greatest difficulty. Whilst awaiting the arrival of Saunders with the remainder of the expeditionary force, every endeavour was made to gain knowledge of the difficulties of the river, and Cook's log notes how the boats were out sounding ye channel of ye Traverse, and on the 11th of June there is "returned satisfied with being acquainted with ye channel." The Traverse here spoken of is that channel running from a high black looking cape, known as Cape Tourmente, across into the South Channel, passing between the east end of the Ile d'Orleans and Ile Madame. It is still looked upon as one of the worst pieces of the river navigation. The British had some charts of the river showing the course taken by the French vessels, for in a note to the orders issued by Saunders on the 15th of May to the masters of transports, special attention is called to a plan or chart showing the route which His Excellency intends to make from Louisburg Harbour to the island of Bic, and this chart was most probably taken from one captured by Boscawen in 1755, and published in September 1759 by T. Kitchen in the London Magazine, having the Traverse shown on a larger scale. The sounding taken at the time Durell was waiting would be to verify those shown on this chart. After a short delay in Halifax, Saunders left for Louisburg to gather up the remainder of the forces and stores, and on his arrival still found the port hampered by ice. In fact, Major Knox, of the 43rd Regiment, relates that even so late as the 1st of June men were able to get ashore from their ships, stepping from one piece of ice to another. There was also another cause for dissatisfaction: delay in the arrival of the ships with soldiers and stores. Some of the troops had been directed to other work without any intimation to Wolfe, whilst others were in a very bad state from scurvy and measles. Some had lost their entire equipment, and it was with the greatest difficulty replaced. The supply of money was criminally small, and yet it is pleasant to read, on the authority of Major Knox, that "I had the inexpressible pleasure to observe at Louisburg that our whole armament, naval and military, were in high spirits, and though, by all accounts, we shall have a numerous army and a variety of difficulties to cope with, yet, under such admirals and generals, among whom we have the happiness to behold the most cordial unanimity, together with so respectable a fleet and a body of well appointed regular troops, we have every reason to hope for the greatest success." Orders to transports. Before leaving, Saunders issued his instructions as to the order of sailing. He divided the transports into 2 divisions, the starboard flying a red flag and the larboard a white one. He assigned to each vessel its position and duties, and pointed out to each master of a hired transport that if the orders of his officers were not promptly and exactly carried out they would be fired on, adding with a touch of grim humour that the cost of the powder and shot so expended would be carefully noted and charged against the hire of the offending ship. On the 6th of June Saunders was off Newfoundland with 22 men of war and 119 transports, and the cold winds blowing off the snow-covered hills of that island were severely felt by the troops. On the 18th, when off the island of Bic, they were joined by Wolfe in the Richmond, and 5 days later, after picking up Durell at the Isle of Coudre. Here Saunders transferred his flag to the Stirling Castle, which he had selected in England for the purpose, owing to her handiness. Cook's friend Mr. Bissett was still on board, and leaving Durell with 11 of the deepest draught to guard against any interference from a French fleet, he proceeded up the river with the remainder. The work was hard, constantly anchoring and weighing to take every advantage of wind and tide, and the progress was slow. But at length the whole of the ships passed the Traverse, and on the 26th the fleet anchored off St. Laurent on the Isle d'Orleans, and the troops were landed on the following day. Thus the much dreaded passage up the St. Lawrence had been carried out, and the fact that no loss of any kind had occurred to either man of war or transport reflects the very greatest credit on all engaged in the operation. Knox relates how the master of the transport he was on, a brother of Trinity House and Thames pilot, named Killick, refused the services of the French prisoner as pilot, and observing, "Damn, I'll show them an Englishman can go where a Frenchman daren't show his nose," took his ship up himself, chaffing the occupants of the marque boats as he passed, and in the end declared that it was no worse than the Thames. The wonderful success of their passage was emphasised the afternoon after their arrival at St. Laurent, when a heavy gale struck the fleet, driving several ships into collision or ashore, and causing considerable loss in anchors and cables. As soon as possible the men of war boats were out rendering every assistance, and all the vessels were secured but 2, which were too firmly fixed to be towed off shore, and these were soon afterwards burnt by the enemy. Fireworks. Thinking to profit by the disorder which must necessarily have been caused by the storm, the French made a determined attempt to destroy the fleet by means of 8 fireships, which were floated downstream on the unsuspecting British. Fortunately they were ignited prematurely, and the boats of the Pembroke and other ships were again out, employed in the hazardous task of towing these undesired visitors into such places as would permit them to burn themselves out without danger to the shipping. 6 were quickly got into safety, whilst the other 2 grounded and burnt out without causing further inconvenience. Captain Knox describes the scene as a display of the grandest fireworks that can be possibly conceived. The only result was to cause the retirement of a picket at the western end of the Isle d'Orleans, and the officer in command, who thought he was about to be attacked in force, was to have been tried by court-martial, but being advised to throw himself on Wolfe's mercy, was pardoned for his error of judgment. To guard against a repetition of such an attack, a system of guard boats, some moored across the river and some patrolling, was established, entailing considerable extra work on the sailors. An examination of the position showed Admiral Saunders that the safety of the fleet and therefore the interest of the army, would be best consulted if he proceeded into the basin of Quebec, as to remain cooped up in the South Channel added to the danger if a further attempt should be made to fire the fleet. He therefore pointed out to Wolfe that the small battery established by the French on Point Levis, which threatened any ship entering into the basin, should be taken, and the point occupied. This was at once carried out by Monckton's brigade, and a battery was established which did serious damage to the town. When too late, the French sent over 3 floating batteries to aid in repulsing the English, but they were driven back by one broadside from a frigate Saunders moved up for the purpose. Montcalm had entrenched his army on the north bank of the St. Lawrence, between the rivers Charles and Montmorency, and Wolfe determined to seize on a piece of high ground to the east of the Montmorency, to form a camp there, and endeavour to force on a general action. In pursuance of this design, a body of about 3,000 men were landed successfully on the 9th of July, under the protecting fire of some of the fleet, and a camp was formed, and the next few days provided employment for the boats of the Pembroke and other ships in landing men, stores, and artillery. The bombardment of the town opened on the 12th of July from the batteries erected at Point Levis, and a portion of the fleet continued with little intermission until the 13th of September. When fire was opened on the town, other ships in the basin and guns at the camp at Montmorency opened on Montcalm's line at Beauport. On the 18th 2 men of war, 2 armed sloops, and 2 transports succeeded in passing the town without loss, but a third ship, the Diana, ran aground in trying to avoid collision with a transport, and was attacked by the enemy's boats, but was brought off by the Pembroke and Richmond. She was so seriously damaged that she had to be sent to Boston for repairs, and then returned to England. On the 20th Wolfe joined the up-river squadron in a barge, and in passing the town he had his mast carried away by a shot from the Sillery battery, but no further damage was done. He made a short reconnaissance which led to nothing at the time, but may have had an important influence on the choice of a landing place afterwards. Attack on Beauport. On his return to his camp at Montmorency, he decided to make an attack on the left of the French lines, from the boats and from his camp over a ford which was available at low tide between the falls of Montmorency and the St. Lawrence. This attack was to be supported by the Centurion, moored in the North Channel, and by 2 armed cats, which were to be run aground as near as possible to some small redoubts, the first object of the attack. Here it is certain that Wolfe and Cook came into personal contact, for on the latter fell the duty of taking the necessary soundings for the position to be occupied by the cats, and Wolfe refers in a dispatch to a conversation he had with Cook upon the matter. The attack took place on the 31st of July, aided by the fire of the Pembroke, Trent, and Richmond, which were anchored clear over to the north shore before Beauport, a brisk firing on both sides. But the boats were thrown in confusion by a reef, marked on the chart as visible at low water, and were some time before they could effect a landing. Then a heavy storm of rain came on, rendering the ground, which was steep, very slippery. The troops occupied one redoubt, but was so dominated by the French musketry that they could get no further, and Wolfe deemed it desirable to recall them and to stop the advance across the ford. The 2 cats were burnt to prevent them falling into the hands of the enemy, and the losses of the English in killed, wounded, and missing were 443, those of the French being estimated at 200. Cook says the repulse was solely owing to the heavy fire from the entrenchments, which soon obliged our troops to retreat back to the boats and Montmorency. whilst Wolfe, in a general order, throws the blame on the Louisburg Grenadiers, a picked body of men from several regiments, whom he considers got out of hand. He also, in a dispatch submitted to Saunders, threw some amount of blame on the Navy, but to this the Admiral strongly objected, and it was withdrawn, Wolfe saying, "I see clearly wherein I have been deficient, and think a little more or less blame to a man that must necessarily be ruined, of little or no consequence." It has been asserted that Cook led the boats to the attack, but as this was done by Wolfe himself, according to his own letters, and as Saunders was also out with them, both officers having narrow escapes, it seems more probable that Cook would be on his own ship, where, as she was engaged, his services would be wanted, for it was one of the master's most important duties to work her under the captain's orders when in action. A few days before this attack on Beauport was made, the French again paid the fleet the undesired attention of a large firecraft composed of several small vessels chained together and laden with all sorts of combustibles, shells, guns loaded to the muzzle, tar barrels, etc. And again this was grappled by the boats and towed away to a place of safety. And then Wolfe, sending in a flag of truce the next morning, said that if the performance were repeated he should cause the instrument of destruction to be towed alongside two ships in which he had Canadian prisoners, and there let it do its worst. This somewhat cold-blooded threat was sufficient, and the experiment was not repeated. A narrow escape. During the time the fleet was occupying the basin, the masters of the ships were constantly out making observations and sounding, partly for the necessity of the fleet and partly to throw dust in the eyes of the French, and on one occasion Cook had a narrow escape from capture. His men had to row for it to get away from the enemy, and reaching the Isle of Orleans, landed just in time, for as Cook, the last man, sprang ashore from the bows, an Indian boarded over the stern. The hospital picket turned out, and the French retreated. His friend, Mr. Bissett, was not so fortunate, being taken prisoner on the 7th of July whilst sounding in the North Channel. But he was either exchanged or escaped, for he is only absent from his ship for a few days. Wolfe, who was almost always ailing, had an attack of fever, and the worry of the repulse at Beauport rendered him incapable of duty for some days. He therefore laid before his brigadiers plans of future movements, asking their opinions and advice. These plans were not approved, but it was suggested that an attempt should be made to land on the western side of the town and there bring the enemy to action, and Wolfe writes, "I have acquiesced to their proposal, and we are preparing to put it into execution." The upriver detachment had been strengthened by the addition of a few more vessels, and Murray with 1,200 men had joined in an unsuccessful attempt to get at the French supply fleet, which had retreated to a place of safety. He had outwitted de Bougainville, who was detached to watch him, and succeeded in destroying a magazine containing clothing, powder, and other stores, and intercepted letters which told of the surrender of Niagara and the retirement of Bourlemaque upon the Ile aux Noix, to which place Amherst was preparing to follow. When Wolfe's resolve was taken to follow the advice of his brigadiers, Saunders again strengthened the force above the town, placing the squadron under the command of Admiral Holmes, and on the 3rd of September his boats withdrew the artillery and troops from Montmorency to Point Levis, and on the night of the 4th all the available boats and small craft were sent up, one of the last to pass being a small schooner armed with a few swivels and called by the sailors the Terror of France. She sailed by in broad daylight, drawing the fire of every gun that could be brought to bear on her, but was untouched, and anchoring close alongside the Admiral's ship gave him a salute from the whole of her armament. The troops, which had been quietly marched some distance up the south bank from Point Levy, were taken on board the ships, the last detachment on the night of the 12th, and Admiral Holmes sailed up the river as if to beat up the French communications. But when night fell he returned, and the landing was successfully accomplished, and is described by Saunders in his dispatch as follows: "The night of their landing, Admiral Holmes, with the ship and troops, was about 3 leagues above the intended landing place. General Wolfe, with about half his troops, set off in the boats, and dropped down with the tide, and were by that means less liable to be discovered by the sentinels posted all along the coast. The ships followed them about 3/4 of an hour afterwards, and got to the landing place just at the time that they had been concerted to cover the landing, and considering the darkness of the night and the rapidity of the current, this was a very critical operation, and very properly and successfully conducted. In the meantime the ships in the basin, some 15 in number, distracted the attention of the French by a heavy cannonade on the Beauport lines, and the boats made a feint as if an attack were contemplated. Buoys had been laid in such a way as to lead to the idea that the ships were going to moor as close in as possible, as if to support an assault, and every effort was made to draw attention away from the movement up above." The Plains of Abraham. Lieutenant Norman of the Pembroke shortly describes the battle in his log. At 4 a.m. General Wolfe landed just below Cape Diamond with the whole army. At 8 the signal of boats manned and armed to go to Point Levy weighed and dropped air up. About 10 the enemy marched up and attacked General Wolfe. The action lasted not 10 minutes before the enemy gave way and run in the great confusion and left us a complete victory. Our army encamped on the plain aback of the town and made the necessary disposition for carrying on ye siege. Admiral Holmes hoisted his flag on board the Lowestaff, just off the landing place. In this action fell General Wolfe; of the enemy, General Montcalm and his 2 seconds. Cook does not mention the death of Wolfe, but says, "The troops continued the pursuit to the very gates of the city. Afterward they began to form the necessary dispositions for carrying on the siege." Cook is said by some writers to have piloted the troops to the landing place, and has even been set within hearing of the legendary recitation by Wolfe of Grey's eulogy. But as he was out with the Pembroke's boats in the basin at the time Holmes started up the river, and was probably on his ship, with his hands full driving the bombardment, and the recital of the eulogy at such a time was probably a myth. The traditions may be put down to imagination. The boats were piloted to the landing by Captain Chads of HMS Vesuvius. The town having surrendered 5 days after the battle, the movements made by Saunders in the basin no doubt aided Monsieur de Ramsay, the governor, in coming to a decision. General Murray was left with a garrison, and the fleet sailed for England, sending a detachment of the Northumberland and 6 others to Halifax with orders that Captain Lord Colville was to hoist the broad pennant as Commander-in-Chief of the North American station, and as soon as the season opened he was to return to the St. Lawrence to render support to any further movements made in Canada. Appointment to HMS Northumberland. Before the fleet left, however, Cook's connection with HMS Pembroke came to an end. Captain King, who was with Cook on his last voyage, writes to Dr. Douglas that he does not know the exact date of Cook's appointment to the Northumberland, but he was certainly master of that ship in 1758. Here King is in error, for Lieutenant James Norman of the Pembroke has the following entry in his log under the date 23rd September 1759: "Mr. Cook, Master, superseded and sent on board the Northumberland per order of Admiral Saunders. It has been said that Lord Colville made this appointment, but of course he could not do so, though he may perhaps have applied for Cook's services. But it is far more probable that the appointment was made by Saunders for the special purpose of having the survey of the St. Lawrence thoroughly well carried out." End of chapter 3. Chapter number 4 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, 1759 to 1762. HMS Northumberland. On the way down the river from Quebec, the fleet appears to have found the passage very difficult, the dangers of the channel being aggravated by the strength of the current and bad weather. The captain, Vesuvius, and Royal William were aground for some time, but were ultimately got off again without much damage, and the Terrible, which was drifting and in great danger, was only brought up by means of an anchor constructed for the occasion by lashing one of the quarterdeck guns to two small anchors. When her large anchors were hauled up, they were found to be broken, and so great was the loss of these articles that Lord Colville was obliged to press the Admiralty for a fresh supply to be sent out immediately, as he found it impossible to replace those lost in the Traverse either at Boston or any other place in America. Relief of Quebec. Colville's squadron arrived in Halifax on the 27th of October, Cook's 31st birthday, and as soon as the winter was over, and the ships were cleaned and fitted for sea as well as the limited appliances would permit, it left for the St. Lawrence, sailing on the 22nd of April 1760, but was so retarded by frozen fogs, seas of compacted ice, and contrary winds, that it did not arrive off the Ile de Bic before the 16th of May. Here they were met by a sloop with the news that Quebec was in urgent need of help. General Murray, hearing of the approach of General de Levis with a French force, had left the shelter of the forts, and notwithstanding he was greatly outnumbered, had offered battle in the open. He had at first chosen a strong position, but hearing from spies that the French were busy cleaning their arms after being caught in a heavy storm the night before, he advanced upon them, and owing to the sudden attack and the superiority of his artillery, at first gained a considerable advantage, but afterwards the weight of numbers told, and the British were forced to retire to the town with sadly reduced numbers, and Quebec was again besieged. On receipt of this news Colville pushed on with his squadron, and the arrival of the Vanguard and Diamond on the 17th, followed by the Northumberland and the remainder on the next day, caused the French to retire. During the next 4 months the fleet passed an uneventful time in the Canadian waters, the flagship being moored in the Basin, and then on the 12th of September they received the acceptable news that Montreal and the rest of the province of New France had surrendered to General Amherst, and on the 10th of October the squadron again returned to Halifax to winter quarters. On the 19th of January 1761 Lord Colville records in his journal that he had directed the storekeeper to pay the master of the Northumberland £50 in consideration of his indefatigable industry in making himself master of the pilotage of the river St. Lawrence. This is the first official recognition that has been found of the fact that Cook had gone beyond the ordinary duties incumbent on every master in His Majesty's service, namely, to observe all coasts, shoals, and rocks, taking careful notes of the same. There is no record in any of the official documents that Cook was especially engaged in surveying the river, but it is very evident from this entry that he must have done the work during the 4 months that his ship was moored in the basin of Quebec. That is to say, his promotion to the Northumberland was previous to and not a consequence of his survey of the river, and that it was on account of his fitness for the work and not because it had been done, as is constantly asserted, that he had been selected. The North American pilot. Admiral Saunders had issued orders a previous year that the general instructions of the Admiralty as to taking observations, soundings, and bearings were to be carefully carried out, and the information obtained was, as opportunity offered, be forwarded to him, so that all existing charts may be corrected and improved. This information, in the ordinary course, would be handed to Mr. Bissett, the master of the flagship, for comparison and compilation, and he, knowing Cook's fitness for the work, may have asked for his assistance, and thus introduced him to the notice of Saunders, noted for his quick eye for merit, who, seeing his aptitude, selected him for the completion of the task. Saunders, after his return to England, wrote to the Secretary of the Admiralty on the 22nd of April 1760, saying that he had ready for publication a draft of the river St. Lawrence with its harbours, bays, and islands, and asked for their Lordships' directions thereon. With their Lordships' approval it was published, and may be found at the end of the North American Pilot, London 1775, together with other maps, some of which are Cook's work. At the commencement of the book is a letter from Cook to the compiler of the volume, congratulating him on the collection, and referring to the fact that some of the charts contain his work, but he does not lay claim to any special ones. On Saunders' chart there is a long note which concludes: "The distances between Isle Coudre and Isle of Orleans, the pillar rocks and shoals in the South Channel, were accurately determined by triangles. The other parts of this chart were taken from the best French draughts of this river. It is doubtful if this triangulation could have been carried out by Cook during his passage up and then down the river, the only time he had in 1759, but if it were, it argues much greater knowledge of nautical surveying than he is generally supposed to have had at the time." During the winters that the Northumberland stayed in Halifax harbour, Cook employed his spare time in improving his knowledge of all subjects that were likely to be of service to him in his profession. He read Euclid for the first time, and entered upon a study of higher mathematics, especially devoting himself to astronomy. King, in his sketch of Cook's life, says, on the authority of the man himself, that these studies were carried on without any other assistance than what a few books and his own industry afforded him. At the opening of the season, Lord Colville dispersed his squadron to those stations where their services appeared most necessary, and remained with his ship at Halifax, as it was considered inadvisable to leave such an important naval post open to attack from the French or the Spaniards. He had been advised by despatches dated the 26th of December 1761 that war had been declared with the latter nation. During this period of waiting the words "nothing remarkable" are in constant use in Captain Adams' journal, the second captain of the Northumberland. Cook utilised this time to make a thorough survey of Halifax Harbour, the notes of which are now in the United Service Museum, Whitehall. At length the period of inaction was ended. Captain Charles Douglas, HMS Siren, who was cruising off Cape Race, received information that a squadron of 4 French ships of the line, having some 1,500 picked troops on board, had made a descent on Newfoundland and had captured St. John's, the capital, which had been most shamefully neglected, and its garrison reduced to 63 men. The Grammont, 22-gun sloop, was unfortunately in harbour at the time and was also taken. Douglas at once pressed 2 English merchant vessels into the service, and putting a petty officer in command of one, the William, and his master in the other, the Bonetta, dispatched them to cruise in search of Captain Graves, the reappointed governor of Newfoundland, who was daily expected from England. The Bonetta soon fell in with the Antelope, Graves' ship, and she immediately joined Douglas, and then proceeded to strengthen the Isle of Boys as far as time would allow. Then, going to Placentia, a place of as much importance as St. John's, and more capable of defence, they set about making preparations to beat off any attack, leaving a garrison of 99 men and as many marines as could be spared. Graves then despatched Douglas with the remainder of the Siren's marines to take possession of Fairyland, and sent the ship herself off with letters to Lord Colville, but the William, having missed the Antelope, made her way to Halifax with the news of what had occurred. Recapture of St. John's. Colville at once sent word to General Amherst, Commander-in-Chief in America, asking him to forward any troops he could spare, and started, accompanied by the Gosport and an armed colonial vessel, the King George, 20 guns, to cruise off the Newfoundland coast in order to prevent the arrival of French reinforcements or supplies. He met Graves in Placentia on the 14th of August and landed all the marines he could, and then continued his cruise. Amherst collected every available man from New York, Halifax, and Louisburg, and put them under the command of his brother, Colonel William Amherst, ordering him to use every despatch and join Lord Colville without delay. This the Colonel succeeded in doing on the 12th of September off Cape Spear, and the next day they landed at Torbay, some 3 leagues north of St. John's. They drove in the French outposts and took possession of a small harbour named Quidi Vidi, which had been blocked at the entrance by the French. Clearing away the obstructions, they landed their stores and some artillery, and advancing on St. John's, compelled its surrender on the 17th. Notwithstanding that, as Captain Graves reported, the French had put St. John's in a better state of defence than ever we had it in. On the 16th a strong gale blew the English ship some distance off the coast, and was followed by a thick fog, during which the French squadron managed to tow out of the harbour, but were in such a hurry to get away that they did not stop to pick up their boats, and immediately made sail, being so far out of reach in the morning that though some of them were seen by the British, it was not realised that they could be the French escaping from a squadron inferior in strength. Lord Colville, writing to the Admiralty, says: "At 6 next morning, it being calm, with a great swell, we saw from the masthead, but could not bring them down no lower than half way to topmast shrouds, 4 sail, bearing south south east, distance 7 leagues. We lost sight about 7, though very clear, and some time after, a small breeze springing up from the southwest quarter. I stood towards Torbay in order to cover the shallops that might be going from thence to Quidi Vidi. In the afternoon I received a note from Colonel Amherst, acquainting me that the French fleet got out last night. Thus, after being blocked up in St. John's Harbour for 3 weeks by a squadron of equal number, but smaller ships with fewer guns and men, Monsieur de Ternay made his escape in the night by a shameful flight. I beg leave to observe that not a man in the squadron imagined the 4 sail, when we saw them, were the enemy, and the pilots were of the opinion that they must have had the wind much stronger than with us, to overcome the easterly swell in the harbour's mouth. I sent the King George as far as Trepassey, to bring me intelligence if the enemy should steer towards Placentia, and I directed Captain Douglas of the Siren to get the transports moved from Torbay, a very unsafe road, to the Bay of Bulls. As soon as information was received in England that an expedition had been sent from France, the Admiralty despatched a squadron under Captain Pallisser in pursuit, and as it arrived in St. John's only 4 days after Monsieur de Ternay left, they must have been very close to a meeting. Cook meets Cook. Whilst the movements leading up to the recapture of St. John's were being carried on, communication between Colville and Amherst was kept up by the boats of the fleet, under the charge of the 3rd Lieutenant HMS Gosport, Mr. James Cook, formerly Master of HMS Mercury, who performed this duty to the complete satisfaction of Lord Colville, as signified in his despatches to the Admiralty. It is certain, therefore, that the 2 namesakes must have come face to face here, and most probably previously in Halifax Harbour. Entering St. John's Harbour on the 19th of September, the flagship remained till the 7th of October, during which time Cook was very busily employed in assisting to place the island in a better state of defence. In a dispatch of Lord Colville dated Spithead, 25th of October 1762, he says, "I have mentioned in another letter that the fortifications on the island of Carbonera were entirely destroyed by the enemy. Colonel Amherst sent thither Mr. Desbarres, an engineer, who surveyed the island and drew a plan for fortifying it with new works. When these are finished, the Enterprise's 6 guns will be ready to mount on them, but I believe nothing will be undertaken this year, as the season is so far advanced, and no kind of materials on the spot for building barracks or sheds for covering the men, should any be sent there. Mr. Cook, Master of the Northumberland, accompanied Mr. Desbarres. He has made a draft of Harbour Grace and the Bay of Carbonera, both of which are in a great measure commanded by the island, which lies off a point of land between them. Hitherto we have had a very imperfect knowledge of these places, but Mr. Cook, who was particularly careful in sounding them, has discovered that ships of any size may lie in safety both in Harbour Grace and the Bay of Carbonera. Mr. Desbarres' designs for the fortification of Carbonera, drawn by Mr. John Chamberlain, dated the 7th of April 1763, is to be found in the British Museum. He was afterwards Governor of Cape Breton. On the return of the Northumberland to Spithead, where she arrived on the 24th of October, her master, James Cook, was discharged, the muster roll merely noting superseded on the 11th of November, and the pay sheets records the deductions from his wages as: Chest, £2 1 shilling 0 pence. Hospital, £1 0 shillings 6 pence, 3 pence on the pound, £3 14 shillings 9 pence, leaving a balance due of £291 19 shillings and 3 pence. He also received from Lord Colville for the Secretary to the Admiralty the following letter, which shows the estimation he was held in by his immediate superiors, and would doubtless be of weight when the appointment of a man to execute greater undertakings came under the consideration of their Lordships. London, 30th of December 1762. Sir, Mr. Cook, late Master of the Northumberland, acquaints me that he has laid before their Lordships all his drafts and observations relating to the river St. Lawrence, part of the coast of Nova Scotia, and of Newfoundland. On this occasion I beg to inform their Lordships that from my experience of Mr. Cook's genius and capacity, I think him well qualified for the work he has performed and for greater undertakings of the same kind. These drafts being made under my own eye, I can venture to say that they may be the means of directing many in the right way, but cannot mislead any. I am, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Colville. Marriage. Before the close of the year, Cook took upon himself further responsibilities as set forth in the following extract from the Register of St. Margaret's Church, Barking, Essex. James Cook of ye parish of St. Paul, Shadwell, in ye county of Middlesex, bachelor, and Elizabeth Batts of ye parish of Barking, in ye county of Essex, spinster, were married in this church by ye Archbishop of Canterbury's licence, this 21st day of December, 1762, by George Downing, Vicar of Little Wakering, Essex. Besant, who obtained his information from Mrs. Cook's second cousin, the late Canon Bennet, who as a boy knew her well, speaks most highly of her mental qualities and personal appearance, and says the union appears to have been a very happy one. It covered a period of about 16 years, but taking into consideration the times he was away on duty, sometimes for long periods, Cook's home life in reality only extended to a little more than 4 years, and Mrs. Cook must often have been months, sometimes years, without even hearing of the existence of her husband. Her family were fairly well to do. Her grandfather, a Mr. Charles Smith, was a currier in Bermondsey. Her cousin, also Charles Smith, was a clockmaker of repute in Bunhill Row. Her mother, Mary Smith, married first John Batts of Wapping, and secondly John Blackburn of Shadwell. Miss Batts is described as of Barking in the marriage register, so may perhaps have been living with relations there, and may have met Cook when on a visit to her mother in Shadwell, where he was residing. The engagement must have been very short, for from the time of his joining the Navy in 1755 to his return from Newfoundland in 1762, his leave on shore had been very limited, and, with the exception perhaps of a day or two between leaving the Eagle and joining the Solebay, and again when leaving the latter ship for the Pembroke, none of his time was spent in London. There is a story that he was godfather to his wife, and at her baptism vowed to marry her, but as at the time, 1741, Cook was assisting his father on Airyholme Farm, the tale is too absurd, but has for all that been repeatedly published. After their marriage Mr. and Mrs. Cook lived for a time in Shadwell, and then removed to Mile End Old Town, where Cook purchased a house, which was their home till after his death. This house, which he left to his wife, has been identified as number 88 Mile End Road, and a tablet has been placed on the front to mark the fact. End of chapter 4. Chapter number 5 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, 1763 to 1767, Newfoundland. The commission as Governor of Newfoundland, which now included Labrador from Hudson Straits to the St. John's River, the island of Anticosti, the islands off the Labrador coast, and the Madelines in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, had again been conferred on Captain Graves, afterwards Admiral Lord. He had early recognised the fact that it was necessary to have a thorough survey of the coasts of his territory, and therefore made an application to the Board of Trade to have the one commenced as far back as 1714 by Captain Taverner, but only carried on in a desultory fashion, put in hand and completed as quickly as possible. This application resulted in a representation from the Board to His Majesty, dated the 29th of March 1763, to be found in the Shelbourne manuscripts, asking that an allowance should be made for the purpose. Graves had seen during the previous year the work done by Cook at Harbour Grace and Carbonera, and had evidently made up his mind that he had found the man for his purpose, in which opinion he would be backed up by Colville and further supported by the favourable knowledge that the Admiralty had of his work. The representation was immediately acted on, for in the Records Office is a hurried note from Graves to Mr. Stephens, Secretary to the Admiralty, probably written on the 5th of April, in which he asks what final answer he shall give to Mr. Cook, late Master of the Northumberland, who is very willing to go out to survey the harbours and coasts of Labrador. A draughtsman is also mentioned, and one is recommended who was on the Bellona and was willing to go out, ranking as schoolmaster. He did join Cook after a time. On the 6th of April Graves again wrote to Stephens, telling him he had instructed Cook to get ready to start as soon as the Board gave him orders, and that he was to have 10 shillings per diem while employed on that service. He also says that Cook had been to the Tower to try to secure a draughtsman, and towards the end of the letter applies for the instruments necessary to carry on the operations. Graves was hurriedly called away to his ship, the Antelope, as the spirit of discontent, then very rife in the Navy, was developing itself in a very threatening manner during his absence. However, on his arrival on board, by judicious reforms, which he saw were carried out, and by quietly replacing some few of the most dangerous of the malcontents, he was very shortly able to report himself ready for sea, with a complete and fairly contented crew. On the 15th of April he writes to Stephens, asking if there is any change of resolution taken about Mr. Cook, the master, and an assistant for him, and whether they are to go out with me. On the 18th he writes again, saying that when in London he had been informed that he was to receive orders to purchase 2 small vessels of about 60 tons each when he arrived in Newfoundland, one of which he was to send with Mr. Cook upon the surveys of the coast and harbours. But he was afraid the orders had been forgotten, and he again makes suggestions as to instruments, etc., required for the work. Cook had at the same time made application in proper form for the articles he would require, and was informed that some would be supplied to him from the government stores, and for the remainder he was to purchase them and transmit the bills to their Lordships. Cook's sailing orders. On the 19th of April Cook received his orders as follows: Sir, my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty have directed Captain Graves of His Majesty's ship the Antelope at Portsmouth to receive you on board and carry you to Newfoundland in order to you taking a survey of part of the coast and harbours of that island. I am commanded by their Lordships to acquaint you therewith, that you must repair immediately on board the said ship, she being under sailing orders, that you are to follow such orders as you shall receive from Captain Graves relative to the said service, and that you will be allowed 10 shillings a day during the time you are employed therein. I am, etc., etc., Philip Stephens. Mr. James Cook, Town. Mr. William Test, Tower, to be paid 6 shillings per day. On the 8th of May, Graves acknowledged the receipt of the orders he had asked for, authorising him to purchase 2 small vessels, and announced that Mr. Cook had joined the ship, but that the assistant, Mr. Test, had not been heard of. He therefore proposed that he should endeavour to obtain someone else to fill the vacancy. Mr. Stephens replied that a difficulty had arisen with the Board of Ordnance with regards to Mr. Test's pay. They were not inclined to continue it during his absence, as they would have to put some one else in his place; and since hearing this, as the Admiralty had heard nothing further from Mr. Test, Captain Graves was authorised to fill the vacancy at a suitable allowance, and he at once secured the services of Mr. Edward Smart, who sailed from Plymouth on the HMS Spy, and joined Cook in Newfoundland. In this letter Graves also says that he intends to start Cook on the survey of St. Pierre and Miquelon, as they had to be handed over to the French under treaty, whilst he should make some stay upon the coast in order to afford proper time for the survey before they had to be surrendered. The possession of these islands carried with it certain fishing and curing rights conferred by the Treaty of Utrecht and confirmed by that of Paris, and the possession of the islands and the rights have been a continual cause of irritation to the fishermen of both nations till lately, but now the differences have been satisfactorily settled. It is said that the Earl of Bute was the cause of the inclusion of the clause concerning these islands in the treaty, and that he had received the sum of £300,000 for permitting it to stand. It was specially stipulated that the islands were not to be fortified, and the number of the garrison was to be strictly limited to a number sufficient for police duty alone. But from the very commencement of the peace, it was one continual struggle to evade the terms by one side and to enforce them by the other, without coming to an actual rupture. Judicious procrastination. According to his expressed intention, Captain Graves, on arriving at St. John's, despatched Captain Charles Douglas in the Tweed to superintend the removal of the British settlers from the 2 islands, and Cook accompanied him with orders to press on the survey as rapidly as possible, in order that it might be completed before the arrival of the French. Unfortunately, Monsieur d'Arignac, who was charged with the duty of receiving the islands on behalf of the French king, arrived on the same day as the Tweed, off the islands. Captain Douglas refused to permit the French to land until the islands had been formally handed over by his superior officer, and, by a little judicious procrastination in communicating with Captain Graves, and persistent energy on the part of Cook in conducting the survey, sufficient time was gained to complete it. Graves writes to the Admiralty on the 20th of October 1763. Meanwhile the survey went on with all possible application on the part of Mr. Cook. At length, Monsieur d'Arignac's patience being quite exhausted, I received a letter from him on the 30th of June, of which I enclose a copy, together with my answer returned the same day. This conveyance brought me a letter from Captain Douglas, expressing his uneasiness on the part of Monsieur d'Arignac, and pressing to receive his final instructions, and at the same time gave me the satisfaction to learn St. Peter's was completely surveyed, Miquelon begun upon, and advanced so as to expect it would be finished before the French could be put into possession, so that any interruption from them was no longer to be apprehended. In a paper amongst the Shelburne manuscripts, said to be an extract from a Journal of Cook's, there is a short description of these islands, and it conveys the impression that the writer looked upon them as absolutely worthless as either naval or military stations. But for all that, Captain Graves' successor, Pallisser, was kept continually on the alert to defeat the efforts of the French to strengthen their position. The King's Surveyor. After the official surrender of these islands, Cook was engaged in surveying different places which the Admiralty had specially marked out, and was borne on the books of either the Antelope or Tweed as might be convenient. He is to be found on the latter ship, entered "for victuals only," as Mr. James Cook, engineer and retinue. As the dates in the two ships often run over each other, it is somewhat difficult to place him, but he was certainly in the neighbourhood of St. John's for some 2 months, and on the 5th of November he was discharged from the Antelope into the Tweed, together with Mr. Smart, for the passage to England, where he remained till the spring of the following year. On the 4th of January the Admiralty authorised the payment up to the end of the previous year of the allowances of 10 shillings and 6 shillings per day respectively to Mr. Cook and Mr. Smart. This allowance of 10 shillings per day was the same as that made to the commander of a squadron, so, from a financial point of view, Cook's position must be considered as one of importance. It was apparently superior to that of a master surveying under the directions of the Governor, for in a report that Captain Pallisser, when Governor of Newfoundland, gives of an interview between the French ambassador and himself in London in 1767 on the subject of the fisheries, he says he produced Cook's chart, and decided the question of the rights of France to use the Belle Isle for fishing purposes against the ambassador by its means, and he speaks of Cook officially as the King's Surveyor. Pallisser was appointed to succeed Graves as Governor in 1764, and at once set aside the schooner Grenville, which Graves had used as a dispatch boat for the sole use of the survey party. She had been manned from the ships on the station, but Pallisser wrote to the Admiralty on the subject, and the Navy Board were instructed to establish her with a proper person to take command of her, and a complement of men sufficient to navigate her to England when the surveying season was over, in order that she might be refitted and sent out early in the spring, instead of being laid up in St. John's and waiting for stores from England, whereby a great deal of time is lost. The establishment was to consist of 10 men, that is, a master, a master's mate, 1 master's servant and 7 men. The master and mate were to receive the pay of a 6th rate, and the former was to be charged with the provisions and stores, which shall be supplied to the schooner from time to time, and to pass regular accounts for the same. On the 2nd of May, Stephens wrote to Pallisser that Cook was appointed Master of the Grenville, and as soon as the season was over he was to be ordered to Portsmouth, and, on arrival, to transmit his charts and drafts to the Admiralty. On receipt of this letter Pallisser wrote to Cook, and this communication, together with autograph copies of letters written by Cook, having reference to the Grenville, a receipt for her husband's pay signed by Mrs. Cook, and some other papers of interest relating to his voyages, are now in the hands of Mr. Alexander Turnbull of Wellington, New Zealand. It would appear that it was at this time that the friendship between Pallisser and Cook really commenced, for previously there can have been no opportunity for the former to have known anything of Cook's personality. A captain of a man of war saw nothing of the master's mate and knew nothing of him except whether he did his duty or not, and that only through the master's report. In this particular case, as soon as his attention was called to him by outside influence, Cook was withdrawn from his knowledge, and when they again came into contact had already made his mark. Had they been on the very friendly terms that Kippis suggests, it is unlikely that he would have made so many incorrect statements as to Cook's early career in the Navy. On the 23rd of April Cook received his orders, and was told at the same time that as he had expressed a doubt about being able to get suitable men in Portsmouth, he would be provided with conduct money and free carriage of chests and bedding for those he could raise in London, and they should be transferred to Portsmouth in the Trent. Mr. William Parker was appointed master's mate, and the whole crew left Portsmouth on the 7th of May in HMS Lark, arriving in St. John's on the 14th of June. They took possession of their ship on the same day, and the first entry in the Grenville's log runs as follows: June 14th, 1764, St. John's, Newfoundland. The first and middle parts moderate and hazy weather, the latter foggy. At 1 p.m. His Majesty's ship the Lark anchored here from England, on board of which came the master and the company of this schooner. Went on board and took possession of her. Read over to the crew the master's warrant, articles of war, and abstract of the late Act of Parliament. Accident to hand. After getting the guns and stores on board, and fitting the ship for her new duties, they left St. John's on the 4th of July for the north. A base line was laid out at Noddy's Harbour, and latitude of Cape Norman was found to be 51 degrees 39 minutes north, and soundings were taken every mile. On the 3rd of August Cook left the ship in the cutter to continue his work, but having met with a nasty accident he had to return on the 6th. It seems he had a large powder horn in his hand, when, by some means not stated, the powder ignited, and the horn was blown up and burst in his hand, which shattered in a terrible manner, and one of the people which was hard by suffered greatly by the same accident. The Grenville left at once for Noddy's Harbour, where there was a French ship which had a doctor on board. Arriving there at 11 o'clock, was able to secure some sort of medical assistance, though probably in the eye of a modern medical man of a very rough nature. At that time surgery, especially on board ship, was very heroic. A glass of spirits the only anodyne, and boiling pitch the most reliable styptic. In reference to this accident, the Lords of the Admiralty wrote to Lord Halifax, quoting a letter they had received from Captain Pallisser, dated the 14th of November 1764. Mr. Cook, the surveyor, has returned. The accident to him was not so bad as it was represented, nor had it interrupted his survey so much as he, Captain Pallisser, expected. He continued on the coast as long as the season would permit, and has executed his survey in the manner which, he has no doubt, will be satisfactory to their Lordships. I have ordered him to proceed to Woolwich, to refit his vessel for the next season, and to lay before the Board drafts of his surveys, with all his remarks and observations, that may be useful to trade and navigation in those parts. Pallisser did not see Cook till some time after the accident, when the worst was over, and it is quite in keeping with Cook's character to minimise his sufferings, and to insist on the work being kept going as far as possible. The surgeon, Mr. Samwell, relates that after the murder at Owhyee they were enabled to identify his hand by the scar which he describes as dividing the thumb from the fingers the whole length of the metacarpal bones. Whilst Cook was laid up with his hand, and Mr. Parker was engaged with the survey, some of the men were employed brewing, and either the brew was stronger than usual, or the officer's eye being off them, they indulged too freely, for on the 20th of August it is noted that 3 men were confined to the deck for drunkenness and mutinous conduct, and the next day the ringleader was punished by being made to run the gantelope. Early in September, being then in the Bay of St. Genevieve, Cook went ashore for 6 days and ran roughly the course of several small rivers, noting the chief landmarks, and then on their way back to St. John's, off Point Ferrol, their small boat was dashed to pieces on a ledge of rock, and its occupants were saved with great difficulty by the cutter, which by great good fortune happened to be near at the time. They returned to England for the winter, and crossing the Banks, a series of soundings were made and the nature of the bottom carefully noted. When Cook arrived at Woolwich, he pointed out to their Lordships that the completion of his charts would entail his being absent from his ship, and he would be unable to supervise everything that had been done on board. He therefore suggested that she should be sent to Deptford Yard. This was at once agreed to, and Cook was able to devote his whole time to his charts. His own work had to be supplemented by the observations made by 6 men of war, stationed in Newfoundland waters, as the commanding officers had received special instructions to take ample soundings and careful observations, and to make charts which were to be sent to Captain Pallisser, who was informed that he would be held responsible if these orders were not carried out in their entirety. It is very certain that an order so emphatically enforced on his notice would not be permitted to remain a dead letter. Grenville's rig changed. Whilst at Deptford, the rig of the Grenville was altered from schooner to brig, as Cook thought that her sailing qualities would be improved by the change, and she also received a thorough overhaul. In the previous year her armament had been supplied from the flagship, and of course had to be returned, so now she was established with 6 swivel guns, 12 muskets, and powder and shot of her own, and her crew was augmented to 20, including a midshipman and a carpenter's mate, paid as on board a 6th rate. Isaac Smith, Mrs. Cook's cousin, afterwards Admiral, who lived with her at Clapham, was the midshipman. On the 25th of March 1765 the Grenville again left for Newfoundland, arriving at St. Lawrence Harbour on the 2nd of June to recommence her work. On the 14th of July, whilst moored in a bay by Great Garnish, we picked up 2 men who had been lost in the woods for near a month. They came from Barron, intending to go to St. Lawrence Harbour, and were almost perishing for want of subsistence. Going into Long Harbour, the 23rd of July, the Grenville ran on a rock and remained so fast that she had to be unloaded before she could be floated off the next day, when she was found to have suffered considerable damage to her forefoot. From the log of the Grenville it appears that the survey was not carried out continuously, and this may be accounted for by the fact that the Governor was being called upon to settle disputes with the French fishermen, who were only too apt to place the broadest construction on the treaty rights accorded to them. It is very possible that Cook, during this year, rendered assistance to Captains Debeg and Bassett, engineers, who were engaged in surveying important points and harbours with a view to fortification, and Pallisser had been instructed to give them every help. There is no positive record that Cook did assist, but his ship was several times engaged near where they were at work, and it seems very reasonable to suppose that he worked with them, especially as such work might be very important to both parties. Cook returned to Spithead on the 30th of November, and from thence to Deptford for the winter, and in February obtained permission from the Admiralty to publish the charts he had completed. Captain Pallisser, who made the application, said he was of opinion that they would be of great encouragement to new adventurers in the fisheries upon those coasts. Eclipse of the Sun. He again left Deptford on the 20th of April 1766 and arrived at Bonbon Bay the 1st of June to survey the south-west and south coasts. At the Burgeo Islands near Cape Ray, which were reached on the 24th of July, Cook was able to take an observation of an eclipse of the sun occurring on the 5th of August. On his return to England at the end of the year, he handed the results of his observations to Dr. Bevis, a prominent Fellow of the Royal Society, who communicated them to that body on the 30th of April 1767, and the account is to be found in the Philosophical Transactions of that year. Dr. Bevis describes Cook as a good mathematician and very expert at his business, and says he was supplied with very good instruments, that there were 3 observers with good telescopes, who all agreed as to the moment of beginning and ending, that he had shown Cook's results to Mr. George Mitchell, who had calculated therefrom the difference of the longitude between Burgeo Islands and Oxford, where another good observation had been taken. Cook makes no reference to the eclipse in the log of the Grenville, but it appears that he was particularly lucky in the weather, for the 5 days preceding are described as foggy, and the 4 or 5 succeeding are raining with squalls. This observation was a most fortunate one for Cook, as it brought him to the favourable notice of the Royal Society, a body of eminent men, outside his own profession, which was able soon after to advance his interests, and in course of time to admit him into its own ranks, as an ornament of which it is still proud. On the 4th of November the Grenville left St. John's for winter quarters at Deptford, and the log ends on the 24th of November, Dungeness, light north east by east 2 miles. Mr. Parker, his assistant, was promoted to a lieutenancy, and Mr. Michael Lane, who was mentioned for the post by Captain Graves in 1763, and who is now schoolmaster on the Guernsey, was appointed in his place. On the 5th of April 1767 the Grenville had completed her refit, warped out of dock, and was at anchor waiting for the tide to turn in order to drop down to Woolwich, when the 3 sisters, a Sutherland collier, Thomas Boyd, master, fell athwart her house and carried away her bowsprit, cap and jibboom, which had to be replaced. The story is that this accident happened to the Endeavour, and that Mr. Cook, who was naturally very indignant, sent for the offending master of the collier to give him a sound rating for running foul of one of His Majesty's ships. But when he found himself face to face with an old schoolfellow from the Ayton days, he took him down into his cabin, treated him to the best he had on board, and spent a good time with him talking over the old days when they were boys together. From Cook's character the story may well be true, excepting that it has been applied to the wrong ship. When the repairs were executed, the Grenville sailed for Newfoundland, arriving off Cape Race on the 9th of May, and Cook at once set to work on the survey of the west coast. He landed in September at the mouth of the Humber, and made a rapid examination of that river, discovering several lakes, and getting a good general idea of that part of the island. He returned to St. John's for the last time on the 14th of October, having practically completed the survey of the general run of the coast, and added very considerably to the knowledge of some of the interior parts of the island. In 1762 a map was published, compiled from the very latest information, and on it is the note, "The inland parts of this island are entirely unknown." Cook is said to have discovered valuable seams of coal, but there is no note of anything of the kind amongst his records. The Grenville ashore. He sailed for England on the 23rd of October, and anchored off the Nore in very heavy weather on the 11th of November. It was soon found that the anchors would not hold, and at length one parted and the ship trailed into shallow water, striking hard. After a while she again struck heavily and lay down on her larboard bilge. As there seemed no prospect of the gale moderating, everything was made as snug as time would allow, and putting his crew into the boats, Cook made for Sheerness. The weather at length improved, so obtaining assistance, he returned and found that fortunately his ship had sustained very little damage, and the next day he successfully floated her, and got her up to Deptford Yards on the following Sunday, and then Cook was able to set to work on his charts. On the 3rd of February Pallisser wrote to Mr. Stephens asking him to obtain permission from the Lords to publish, and at once obtained the necessary authority. Some of these charts had been published in 1766, and now the complete series appeared with sailing directions for the south and east coasts off the islands. Admiral Sir W. J. L. Wharton, the late hydrographer to the Admiralty, says, "The charts he made during these years in the schooner Grenville were admirable. The best proof of their excellence is that they are not yet wholly superseded by the more detailed surveys of modern times. Like all first surveys of a practically unknown shore, and especially when that shore abounds in rocks and shoals, and is much indented with bays and creeks, they are imperfect in the sense of having many omissions. But when the amount of the ground covered, and the impediments of fogs and bad weather on that coast is considered, and that Cook had at the most only one assistant, their accuracy is truly astonishing." On the publication of his charts, Cook's connection with Newfoundland was concluded, and on the 12th of April 1768 Mr. Lane was appointed to act as master of the brig Grenville, and surveyor of the coasts of Newfoundland and Labrador, in the absence of Mr. Cook, who is to be employed elsewhere. Mr. Lane was to be paid an allowance of 5 shillings per day, over and above his pay as master of a sixth rate. Cook and he were paid their allowances up to the 31st of December 1767, and on the 17th of June the Navy Board were ordered to complete Cook's allowance up to the 12th of April. From the wording of Mr. Lane's appointment, it would appear that the surveyor's position was to be left open for Cook if it was thought desirable for him to resume it. End of chapter 5. Chapter number 6 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 6, 1768. Preparations for the First Voyage. Till a few years ago, writers on the subject were content to draw their information as to the first voyage of Cook to the South Seas from the so-called history of Dr. Hawkesworth. This gentleman, who posed as a stylist, Boswell calls him a studious imitator of Dr. Johnson, was introduced by Mr. Charles Burney to Lord Sandwich for the express purpose of writing an account of the expedition, and was supplied with all the records in the possession of the Admiralty relating to it. He had access to the journal of Sir Joseph Banks, the notes of Dr. Solander, and others who accompanied Cook, and more than all, he had the opportunity of personal communication with the leaders of the party. Notwithstanding these advantages, he interpolated so much of his own speculations, conclusions and dissertations as to render his voluminous work not only extremely unreliable, but often extremely ridiculous. Travellers to the South Seas record that the accounts of things and places described as seen by Cook are remarkably correct, but that the inferences drawn are wrong. They do not realise that the statements of fact are Cook's, whilst the deductions and ornamentations are Hawkesworth's, and were strongly resented by Cook. Boswell relates that he told Johnson that he had met Captain Cook at dinner at Sir John Pringle's, then President of the Royal Society, and gave him an account of the conversation they had together. Johnson was much pleased with the conscientious accuracy of that celebrated circumnavigator, who set me right as to many of the exaggerated accounts given by Dr. Hawkesworth of his voyages. Cook's opinion on the subject may be seen from his determination to prepare his journals for the press himself in the future. Within the last few years the Journal of the Endeavour has been published under the able supervision of the late Admiral Sir W. J. L. Wharton, and the Journal of Sir Joseph Banks, which was missing for a long time, has been recovered and published by Sir Joseph Hooker, and these two books may be preferred with safety over all others that have been written on the subject. Memorial to the King. It had been calculated that a transit of Venus would occur in 1769, observations of which would be of great importance to astronomical science, and several of the European nations, notably Russia, were intending to establish points of observation. The Royal Society decided that as England had hitherto taken a lead in astronomy, she should not now fall behind, and appointed a committee to report on the places where it would be desirable to take observations, the methods to be pursued, and the persons best fitted to carry out the work. This committee advised that 2 observers should be sent to Hudson's Bay, 2 to the South Pacific, and if Sweden did not send there, 2 to the North Cape. They also advised that the government should be asked to supply a ship to convey the party to some island to be decided on in the South Seas, and several gentlemen were suggested as observers. Mr. Maskelyne, President of the Society, especially recommending Mr. Dalrymple as a proper person to send to the South Seas, having a particular turn for discoveries, and being an able navigator and well skilled in observation. Mr. Maskelyne estimated the voyage would take about 2 years, and that a sum of 10 shillings and 6 per day would be a reasonable allowance for expenses, together with a gratuity the amount of which was to be settled hereafter. A memorial on the subject was prepared and forwarded to the King, setting forth that as a transit of Venus over the sun's disk was expected to occur, and that other nations were intending to take observations thereof in the interests of navigation, it would be desirable that as the British nation had been justly celebrated for its knowledge of astronomy, and an Englishman, Mr. Jeremiah Horrocks, had been the first person who calculated the passage of the planet over the sun in 1639, the government should support the Royal Society in its attempt to take a proper position in the matter, by a grant of money and a ship to take the party to the South Seas. £4,000 was the sum named, and on the 24th of March the President was able to inform the Council that the King had been pleased to order that it should be placed in his hands, clear of fees, for the purpose of defraying the expenses of the expedition. In the end, after paying all accounts, there was a considerable balance left, which the King placed at the disposal of the Society, and a portion of it was expended on the bust of His Majesty by Nollekins, now in its possession. The gentlemen whose names had been suggested as observers were asked to appear before the Council if they were willing to accept the position, and Mr. Dalrymple wrote in reply to say there was only one part of the world where he would go to take observations, that was the South Seas, and he would only go if he had the management of the ship intended for the service. Mr. Maskelyne told the Council he had recommended Mr. Dalrymple to the Admiralty for the command of the ship, the use of which had been granted, but had been informed that such an appointment would be entirely repugnant to the regulations of the Navy. It is said that Sir Edward Hawke, having in his mind the disastrous results of giving Halley the command of a King's ship in 1698, when a serious mutiny occurred, positively refused to sign such a commission, saying that he would rather cut off his right hand than permit anyone but a King's officer to command one of the ships of His Majesty's Navy. Dalrymple, originally a clerk in the East India Company's service, had spent some years trading among the islands of the Malay Archipelago and China, and returned to England and published a couple of pamphlets on the East Indies, and in 1767 a book on the discoveries of the South Pacific Ocean, which brought him to the notice of the Royal Society. He was afterwards for a time hydrographer to the East India Company, and was then appointed the first hydrographer to the Admiralty. He was dismissed from his position for exceeding his powers, and soon afterwards died. He appears to have been a clever man, but of an extremely overbearing disposition and a very high opinion of himself. In writing to Dr. Hawkesworth on one occasion, he said, "I never write on any subject I do not thoroughly understand." What makes the remark more interesting is that he was quite in the wrong on the subject under discussion. He appears never to have forgiven Cook for having been successful in obtaining the command of the expedition to observe the transit of Venus, and for completely upsetting his pet theory of a large continent in the Southern Ocean. Purchase of the Endeavour. The Navy Board, having been ordered by the Admiralty to propose a proper vessel to convey the observers to the South Seas, first suggested the Trial sloop and then the Rose, but both having been found unsuitable, they were ordered to purchase one. On the 29th of March the Board wrote to Stephens that they had bought a cat-built bark in burthen 368 tons and of the age of 3 years and 9 months, for conveying such persons as shall be thought proper to the southward. At the same time, instructions were sought as to fitting and arming her for the service, and as to the name under which she was to be registered on the list of the Navy. A cat-built ship is described in the encyclopedias as one with round bluff bows, a wide deep waist, and tapering towards the stern. The name is derived from the Norwegian katti, a ship. The cat-built bark, the now immortal Endeavour, was built by Messrs. Fishburn of Whitby, and owned by Mr. William Milner of that port. Mr. Young says that her original name was the Earl of Pembroke, but Mr. Evan McGregor wrote to Mr. Waddington in 1888 that she was purchased under the name of the Endeavour and was entered as a bark. The warrant entry book from the Board of Trades proves that Mr. Young was right, as the following entries will show: Deptford, March 23rd, 1768. 2 cats called the Valentine and the Earl of Pembroke, to be surveyed and report which is the properest to be purchased. Deptford, March 28th, 1768. Ship Earl of Pembroke to be received. Deptford, April 7th, 1768. Ship purchased to be sheathed, filled and fitted for a voyage to the southward, to be called the Endeavour Bark. From the records of the Survey Office, list of H.M. Navy 1771 to 1776, it has been ascertained that her price was £2,800, and the cost of fitting her for the voyage was £2,294. The reason she was named officially either the Bark Endeavour or the Endeavour Bark was that there was another Endeavour in the Navy, stationed at that time in the Nore. Kipper says that Pallisser was entrusted with the selection of the ship, and that he called on Cook for assistance in the matter, and the fact that a Whitby-built ship was chosen, of a kind in which Cook had had considerable experience, adds to the probability of his statement. Dalrymple enters a claim, in letters to Dr. Hawkesworth, to having chosen the Endeavour for the voyage, but as she was not ordered to be surveyed, with a view to purchase, till the 23rd of March, when it was well known the Admiralty had refused to allow him the command of the expedition, there is little force in his claim. Copper sheathing. Admiral Wharton assumes that as Cook expresses himself averse from having exploring ships sheathed in copper, owing to the difficulty of making repairs in case of accident far from proper facilities, and from the frequent mention of heeling and boot-topping in the Journal of the Endeavour, it is most probable that she was sheathed in wood. This assumption is correct, for there is no mention of copper sheathing in the surveyor's books, nor at the time of her being repaired at the Endeavour River, nor at Batavia, when it is impossible that any account of her damaged bottom could be given without the mention of copper if any such sheathing had been used. The Naval Chronicle says that the first ship of the Royal Navy to be sheathed with copper was the Alarm frigate in 1758, and it also said that the Dolphin, the ship in which Captain Wallis sailed around the world, was the only coppered ship in the service at the time, and she remained the only one for some years. On the 5th of May, at a council meeting of the Royal Society, Captain John Campbell, R.N., proposed that Cook, who was in attendance, and had been appointed by the Admiralty to the command of the Endeavour, was a fit and proper person to be one of the observers for the Society in the Southern Seas. Cook was called in, and accepted the position in consideration of such a gratuity as the Society should think proper, and an allowance of £120 per year for victualling himself and another observer in every particular. Mr. Green was also called in, and accepted the place as the other observer for the gratuity of 200 guineas for the 2 years the voyage was expected to take, and at the rate of 100 guineas a year afterwards. A list of the instruments to be supplied by the Society was also prepared at the same meeting, and the workmen engaged on them were ordered to show them to Messrs. Green and Cook and give any desired information. A portable observatory, said to have been designed by Smeaton, the builder of the Eddystone Lighthouse, framed of wood and covered with canvas, was also prepared. Mr. Maskelyne, knowing the value of a good watch when observing for longitude, lent the Society one of his own, made by Graham, to be entrusted to Mr. Green, and it was signed for with the other instruments supplied. Chronometers, of course, at that time were in progress of evolution. Several makers were endeavouring to gain the prize which had been offered for a reliable timekeeper. Shortly after, at a second meeting, Cook agreed to accept a gratuity from the Society of 100 guineas for taking the observations, and was paid £120 sustenance money for Mr. Green and himself, with authority to draw on the Society during the voyage for a further amount not exceeding £120. In the Commissions and Warrants books, under the date 26th of May 1768, appears the following entry: Mr. James Cook, 2nd, 1st Lieutenant Endeavour Bark, E.H.C.T.C.S. The initials signified Edward Hawke, Charles Townshend, and Lord Charles Spencer. The second evidently refers to the fact that there was already one James Cook, a lieutenant in the Navy, namely the former master of the Mercury, and the third lieutenant of the Gosport. Pendant hoisted. Having received his orders, Cook proceeded to Deptford and hoisted his pendant on the HMS Endeavour on the 27th of May, and at once started to prepare for sea. A considerable quantity of coal was taken on board to use for drying the ship, as it occupied so much less room than wood. Captain Wallis returned from his voyage around the world about this time, and in consequence of his report, the island of Georgeland, afterwards called by Cook Otaheite and now Tahiti, was fixed upon by the Royal Society as the most desirable place for the observations, and the Admiralty were requested to issue the proper orders, notifying at the same time that Mr. Charles Green and the Lieutenant James Cook had been appointed observers. They also in the same letter write that Joseph Banks, Esquire, Fellow of this Society, a gentleman of large fortune, who is well versed in natural history, being desirous of undertaking the same voyage, the Council very earnestly request their Lordships in that regard, to Mr. Banks' great personal merit and for the advancement of useful knowledge, he also, together with his suite, being 7 persons more, that is, 8 persons in all, together with their baggage, be received on board of the ship under command of Captain Cook. They also requested that the expedition might be landed a month or 6 weeks before the 3rd of June, in order that the instruments might be got into proper working order, and for fear the ship might not be able to reach Georgeland. A table of the limits within which such observations might be taken was enclosed. Full instructions were also given to the 2 observers, and a list of the fixed stars to be observed was drawn up by Mr. Maskelyne. The order to receive Mr. Green and Mr. Banks and party were issued on the 22nd of July, for victuals only, that is, they were to be supplied with the same as the rest of the ship's company whilst on board. The members of the Banks party were Mr. Solander, naturalist; H. Sporing, assistant naturalist; A. Buchan, S. Parkinson, and Junior Reynolds. Artists: James Roberts and Peter Briscoe, white servants; Thomas Richmond and J. Dalton, coloured servants. It was owing to the personal friendship between them that Banks was permitted by Lord Sandwich, the First Lord of the Admiralty, to accompany Cook. He had taken up the study of botany when at Eton, and at an early age had been elected F.R.S. He seems quickly to have formed a just estimate of Cook's worth. Indeed, Sir John Barrow says he took a liking to him at the first interview, and a firm friendship sprang up between them which endured to the end. Many instances are to be found of his interest and his support to Cook after their return home, And this friendship speaks volumes for Cook, for though Banks was a most kindly-natured man, he had at times a very overbearing manner. Sir Joseph Hooker, in his introduction, quotes a few interesting letters from Mr. John Ellis, F.R.S., to Linnaeus, the great botanist, in which he says that Mr. Banks, a gentleman of £6,000 a year, has persuaded Dr. Solander to go out with him to the South Seas to collect all the natural curiosities of the place, and after the observations are taken, they are to proceed on further discoveries. He goes on to mention the Library of Natural History and splendid outfit Banks is taking, and says, "In short, Solander assured me this expedition would cost Mr. Banks £10,000. The Endeavour left Deptford on the 21st of July, and calling at Galleon's Reach, took in her guns and gunners' stores. Her armament was originally to have been 6 carriage guns, 4-pounders and 8 swivels, but they were increased to 10 carriage guns and 8 swivels, and at Plymouth 4 more swivels were added for use in the boats. The complement of men was also increased to 85, including 12 marines, who were to join at Plymouth, and a 3rd lieutenant had been appointed in July. She had dropped down the river and anchored in the Downs on the 3rd of August, Cook joining her on the 7th, and, discharging his pilot, sailed the next day. He had a very tedious passage down the Channel, and did not arrive at Plymouth till the 14th, when he immediately sent word to Messrs. Banks and Solander, who were still in London, that he was ready for sea, and was only waiting for a fair wind to sail. They therefore started at once, their baggage being already on board, and joined Cook on the 20th of August. Crew well satisfied. Having received his extra guns, marines, 12 barrels of powder, and other stores, Cook mustered his men, paid them 2 months' advance, and explained to them that they were not to expect any additional pay for the intended voyage. He says, "They were well satisfied and expressed great cheerfulness and readiness to prosecute the voyage." The orders under which he sailed were secret, and unfortunately are not to be found. Admiral Wharton says the covering letter is in existence, but the orders which should be on the next page are missing. Cook writes, "I was ordered, therefore, to proceed directly to Otaheite, and after the astronomical observations should be completed, to prosecute the design of making discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean, by proceeding to the south as far as the latitude of 40 degrees. Then, if I found no land, to proceed to the west between 40 and 35 degrees till I fell in with New Zealand, which I was to explore, and thence return to England by such route as I should think proper." His last letter to the Admiralty before leaving England was written on the day of his arrival at Plymouth, informing them of that fact, and announcing his intention of proceeding to sea with all possible dispatch. End of chapter 6.
Chapter number 7 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 7, 1768 to 1769. Plymouth to Otaheite. After waiting for some days for a fair wind, Cook eventually sailed at 2 p.m. on the 26th of August, having, as he says in his journal, 94 persons, including officers, seamen, gentlemen and their servants, near 18 months' provisions, 10 carriage guns, 12 swivels, with good store of ammunition, and stores of all kinds on board. On the 1st of September they had heavy gales lasting for about 24 hours, and a small boat belonging to the boatswain was washed away, and between 3 and 4 dozen of our poultry, which was worst of all, were drowned. The ship was found to be very leaky in her upper works, and the sails in the store got very wet. Banks notes that they caught 2 birds in the rigging that had evidently been blown off course from Spain. On the 13th of September they anchored in Funchal Roads, and during the night the bend of the hawser of the stream anchor slipped owing to the carelessness of the person who made it fast. The anchor was hauled up into a boat in the morning and carried further out, but unfortunately in heaving it into the water a master's mate named Weir got entangled in the buoy rope, was carried overboard, and drowned before any assistance could be rendered. Whilst shifting her berth to a more convenient spot, the Endeavour was fired on by one of the forts owing to some misunderstanding, but satisfactory apologies and explanations were made, and it was thought so little of that neither Cook nor Banks mentioned it in their journals. This incident is probably the origin of the story told by Forster in his journal of the second voyage. He says, Captain Cook in the Endeavour battered the Loo fort at Madeira in conjunction with the English frigate, thus resenting an affront which had been offered to the British flag. When the Endeavour arrived at Funchal, the only British man of war there was HMS Rose, which sailed the following day with her convoy, and neither her captain's journal nor his ship's log make any reference whatever to a dispute with the Portuguese. No other British man of war came into the port whilst the Endeavour was there, and afterwards at Rio Cook expressly informed the Viceroy that he had been well received by the Portuguese at Madeira. Fresh water, meat, vegetables and wine were taken on board, wine, fruit and water being good and cheap, but the meat and poultry, obtained as a favour, were dear. 2 men, a marine and a sailor, received 12 lashes for refusing to eat their allowance of fresh meat. This appears to be harsh treatment, but it must be remembered that the lash was at that time almost the only recognised method of punishment in the Navy, however trivial the offence might be, and Cook knew from experience how important it was to prevent the scurvy from getting foothold on board, and he already had determined to fight by every means in his power this dread scourge, almost his most dangerous foe. He did conquer it even on this first voyage, and considering his means, in a most marvellous manner. He would have claimed the victory had it not been for an untoward event, which will be told hereafter, leading him to postpone his claim till he could give further proof. It is important to notice how on every possible occasion he obtained, wherever he could, some change of diet and fresh water. Eden before the fall. Whilst they were at Funchal, Banks spent 5 days with the English consul, and he describes the place as very pretty, but the people as primitive, idle, and uninformed, all their instruments of the rudest make, and he thought that the appliances used in the manufacture of wine must have been similar to those used by Noah, although it is not impossible that he might have used better if he remembered the methods he had seen before the flood. One of the governors left it on record that, so averse from change were the people, he thought it most fortunate the island was not Eden before the fall, as in that case the inhabitants could never have been induced to wear clothes. He explored as much of the island as he could, but says he could never get more than 3 miles away from the town, as his time was so much broken up. The governor visited them on one of the days he says was so wasted, but relates with evident glee how he took his revenge. There was an electrical machine on board,
and His Excellency was most curious on the subject. It was sent for and explained to him, and Banks goes on, they gave him as many shocks as he cared for, perhaps more. A visit was paid to a convent, where the nuns, hearing they were distinguished scientists, plied them with all sorts of questions, and for the half hour the visit lasted, their tongues were going all the time at an uncommonly nimble rate. At a monastery they visited they were well received, and the monks, regretting they were then unprepared, invited them to come the next day, and, though it would be a Friday, they would have roast turkey for dinner. On the 19th of September, at midnight, they weighed, sighted Teneriffe on the 23rd, and the day following their first flying fish found its way into Mr. Green's cabin. On the 28th they tried steaks for dinner cut from a young shark, which Banks and Solander reported as very good, but the crew refused to taste them. Cape de Verde was seen on the 30th, and about a fortnight afterwards the line was crossed in 29 degrees 24 minutes west longitude, and the following day the event was celebrated. Lieutenant Hicks had crossed before, so a list was given to him of all on board, including the dogs and cats, and all were mustered on deck, those who had already crossed being separated from the others. Anyone who wished could purchase immunity for 4 days' allowance of wine, but the others had to pay the penalty of ducking. Banks compounded for himself and party, and Cook also seems to have got off, but the others were hauled up to the end of the mainyard on a boatswain's chair, and then at the sound of the whistle dropped into the sea, an operation repeated 3 times. Cook says the ceremony was performed to about 20 or 30, to the no small diversion of the rest. Whilst near the equator, great inconvenience was felt from the damp heat. Everything was mouldy or rusty, and several of the crew were on the sick list with a sort of bilious complaint, but it fortunately did not grow into a serious matter. Reception at Rio. They struck soundings on the 6th of November, and on heaving the lead again found a difference of less than a foot in 3 or 4 hours. Land was sighted near Cape Frio, Brazil, in latitude 21 degrees 16 minutes south on the 8th, and they came across a boat manned by 11 blacks who were engaged in catching and salting fish. Banks purchased some fish, and was surprised to find they preferred to be paid in English rather than Spanish coin. On the 13th they arrived off Rio de Janeiro, where they were very ungraciously received by the Viceroy. They were not permitted to land except under a guard. Some of the men who had been sent ashore on duty were imprisoned. Mr. Hicks, who had gone to report their arrival and ask for the services of a pilot, was detained for a time, and it was only with difficulty and at an exorbitant rate that they obtained fresh food and water. Consequently little was seen of the place except from the ship, and Cook took all possible observations from thence, and made a sketch map of the harbour, to which he added all the information he was able to pick up from the pilot. Writing to the Royal Society, he says he was quite unable to understand the true reason of his treatment, and contrasts it with that received by a Spanish ship which came in whilst he was there. The Spanish ship willingly undertook to carry to Europe and forward to the Admiralty copies of the correspondence that passed between Cook and the Viceroy, which Cook describes as a paper war between me and His Excellency, wherein I had no other advantage than the racking of his invention to find reasons for treating us in the manner he did,
for he never would relax the least from any one point. To every remonstrance the Viceroy pleaded his instructions and the custom of the port. He seems to have been quite unable to grasp the object of the expedition, and Cook says his idea of the transit of Venus was "the North Star passing through the South Pole," his own words. The crew were accused of smuggling, and it was repeatedly asserted that the Endeavour was not a king's ship. Parkinson, one of Mr. Banks' staff, says that frequently some of them let themselves down from the cabin window at midnight into a boat, and driving with the tide till they were out of hearing of the guard boat established over them, rowed ashore and made short excursions into the country, though not so far as we should have wished to have done. Banks, speaking of the supplies obtained at Rio, says the beef was cheap but very lean and dry. The bread tasted as if made with sawdust, and justified its name of farina de pao, wooden meal. The fruits, excepting the oranges, were very indifferent, and he takes particular exception to the banana, which he had not tasted before. It was not at all to his liking. The water also was very bad, and the crew preferred what they had brought with them, though it was very stale. Monsieur de Bougainville reports that when he visited Rio he was at first received in a very friendly manner by the same Viceroy, but after a time the treatment was altered, and he had to put up with even greater insolence than Cook. The second death. When the stores had been received on board, the anchor was weighed in order to take up a more favourable position for making a start, but unfortunately, shortly after the ship got under way, a man named Peter Flowers fell from the main shrouds into the sea, and was drowned before assistance could be rendered. The second death since leaving England. The next day the wind was contrary, but everyone was so anxious to turn their backs on the place that Cook ordered out the boats to tow, but they were immediately brought up by a shot from the fort of Santa Cruz. A remonstrance was sent ashore, and receiving the lame excuse that the permit for leaving had been signed, but had been delayed on its way, and the officer in command could not allow the vessel to leave till it was received. Another attempt to get away was soon after made, but the anchor fouled a rock, and there was again delay. At length, on the 7th of December, they were able to make a start, discharge their pilot, and bid farewell to the guard boat which had so constantly kept watch over them. They were informed that an Englishman named Foster, an officer in the Portuguese service, who had been of great use to them, was imprisoned for his kind attentions. On the 9th of December they met with bad weather and lost their foretop gallant mast, but the rough handling they got was credited with improving the sailing qualities of the ship, as it took some of the stiffness out of her upper works. A meteor was noted on the 23rd, like a small bright cloud, emitting flames, travelling rapidly westward, and disappearing slowly with 2 sharp explosions. The same day an eclipse of the sun was observed. Christmas Day, for which the men had been saving up their allowances of grog, passed in the usual manner, that is, in considerable overindulgence. Banks speculates as to what might have happened if they had had bad weather, whilst Cook dismisses the occurrence very shortly. The people none of the soberest. On the 27th they crossed the mouth of the River Plate, the water being very discoloured, and a good many land insects were found in it. On the 2nd of January 1769 they saw some of the shoals of red lobsters like those mentioned by Dampier and Cowley, but they were not found in such quantities as those navigators reported. On the 11th the shores of Tierra del Fuego were sighted, and on working in closer the country was found to be less desolate in appearance than they had expected from Anson's description. Arriving off the entrance to the Straits of Le Maire, between Staten Island and the mainland, they were driven back by the tide and a strong adverse wind, and trying to shelter under Cape Diego, they were carried past, and only after 3.5 days' hard work were they able to get through the straits. Cook has left sailing directions for this passage, which are followed to the present day. Banks and Solander were ashore for a short time on Staten Island, and returned delighted with the addition of some 100 new plants for their collection. Cook, with an eye to the welfare of his crew, remarks, "They returned on board, bringing with them several plants and flowers, etc., most of them unknown in Europe, and in that consisted their whole value." Cook and Green made a series of observations, the first ever made so far south in America, and fixed the position of Cape Diego at 66 degrees west, 54 degrees 39 south. Wharton places it at 65 degrees 8 minutes west, 54 degrees 40 minutes south. On the 15th they anchored in the Bay of Success for water and wood, and met with some of the inhabitants, with whom, by means of gifts of beads and other trifles, they established friendly relations, and 3 of them were persuaded to go on board the ship. Though by no means a small race of men, they were found to be nothing like the giants reported by the early navigators in this part of the world. They had in their possession buttons, glass, canvas, brown cloth, etc., showing conclusively that they had previously some communication with Europeans. Their clothing consisted chiefly of skins, roughly cured, and a plentiful covering of paint and dirt. The only personal property on which they appeared to set any store were their bows and arrows, which were carefully made and always in good order. Their food appeared to consist of seal and shellfish. Their houses, merely shelters of boughs covered with grass and leaves, built to windward of a small fire. A snowstorm. On the 16th of January, Banks, Solander, Buchan, Green, Monkhouse, 2 seamen, and Banks' 2 coloured servants, tried to get up the hills to see something of the surrounding country, but they found their progress hampered by the dwarf vegetation. To add to their discomfort, a heavy snowstorm came on. Several of the party experienced that desire to sleep which is produced by cold, and were warned by Solander of the danger of giving way to it. Yet he was almost the first one to give in, and was with great difficulty kept awake. Buchan, most unfortunately, had a fit, so a large fire was made at the first convenient spot, but a sailor and the 2 coloured men lagged behind. During the night the sailor was heard shouting, and was brought in to the fire, but in the morning the 2 coloured men were found frozen to death. Cook attributed their death to overindulgence in spirits, the supply for the party being left in their charge. Not intending to remain away the night, supplies ran short, so a vulture was shot and carefully divided amongst them, each man cooking his own, which amounted to about 3 mouthfuls. At length the weather cleared up and a start back was made, and after 3 hours they struck the beach, only to find that they had never been in any great distance away, but had been describing a circle and came back almost to the same place whence they had started. Banks notes the vegetation as more exuberant than he expected, the dominant colour of the flowers white, and he collected wild celery and scurvy grass in large quantities, which was mixed with the food on board ship as long as it could be preserved in a wholesome condition. Whilst at the Bay of Success, the guns were lowered into the hold so as to allow more room on deck for working the ship in the bad weather they expected to encounter when rounding the Horn. The balance of the globe. On the 27th of January, Cape Horn was passed, but owing to the fog and contrary wind they did not approach very closely, so they were unable to fix its exact position. But the description they were able to give of its appearance, there is a sketch of it by Mr. Pickersgill, master's mate, in the Records Office, and 24 observations taken in the immediate neighbourhood settled any doubts they may have had, and Cook puts it at 55 degrees 53 minutes south, 68 degrees 13 minutes west, and Wharton gives the corrected position as 55 degrees 58 minutes south, 67 degrees 16 minutes west. 3 days after, they reached their furthest south, according to Cook, 60 degrees 4 minutes south, 74 degrees 10 west, and the course was then altered to west by north. The continuous and careful observations of the state of the sea and the absence of currents during the following month caused Cook to come to the conclusion that the vast southern continent, so long supposed to exist somewhere in that part of the globe, and by some people esteemed necessary to preserve its balance, was non-existent. Banks expresses his pleasure in having upset this theory, and observes, "Until we know how the globe is fixed in its position, we need not be anxious about its balance." The weeks following the change of the course to the north were uneventful, only marked by an occasional success of the naturalists in obtaining a fresh specimen, some of which were experimented on by the cook. An albatross skinned, soaked all night in salt water, was stewed, served with savoury sauce, and was preferred to salt pork. A cuttlefish of large size, freshly killed by the birds, and too much damaged for classification, was made into soup, of which Banks says, "Only this I know, that of it was made one of the best soups I ever ate." The water obtained at Tierra del Fuego turned out very good, a great boon, as one of their great troubles and a source of great anxiety to Cook was the bad quality of the water so often obtained. Towards the end of March a change was noticed in the kinds of birds flying around the ship, some being recognised as ones that were known to stay near land, and consequently a sharp lookout was kept. On the night of the 24th a tree trunk was reported, but when morning came nothing further was seen. It has since been ascertained they were then a little to the north of Pitcairn Island, afterwards the home of the mutineers of the Bounty, but Cook did not feel himself at liberty to make any deviation from his course to look for what he was not sure to find, although he thought he was not far from those islands discovered by Quiros in 1606. On the 26th of March one of the marines committed suicide by drowning. It seems he had misappropriated a piece of seal skin, and his fellow soldiers, indignant that such a thing should have been done by one of the cloth, made his life uncomfortable, and threatened that he should be reported for theft. This was the 5th death since leaving England, and none by disease. The 4th of April at 10:30 a.m. Banks' servant, Peter Briscoe, sighted land, and the course of the ship was altered to give them a chance of inspecting it. It was found to be one of those peculiar circular reefs surrounded by a lagoon, called atolls, which exist in some quantity in the Pacific. There was no anchorage, so they made no attempt to land, but were able to see it was inhabited. Some 24 persons were counted through the glasses, and were described as copper coloured, with black hair. They followed the ship as if preparing to oppose a landing. The reef was covered with trees, amongst which the coconut palm was conspicuous. Cook gave it the name of Lagoon Island. It is now known as Vahitahi, and is one of the Low Archipelago. Being now in Wallis's track, islands were sighted almost every day, and almost all appeared inhabited, but owing to the want of safe anchorage, no communication could be held with the natives. On the 10th of April, Osnaburg Island was passed, and the next day King George Land was sighted, but the wind failed, and they did not get close in until the 12th, when canoes came out to the ship, bringing branches of trees which were handed up the side, with signs directing they should be placed conspicuously in the rigging, as a token of friendship offered and accepted. When this had been done, the natives produced a good supply of trade in the shape of vegetables and fruit. Amongst the last, Banks enumerates breadfruit, bananas, coconuts, and apples, a species of hog plum. These were very acceptable and beneficial to the crew after such a lapse of time without vegetable food, except the wild plants gathered in Tierra del Fuego. At Tahiti. At 7 a.m. on the 13th, they anchored in the bay described by Wallis, known as Matavai, in 13 fathoms, and Cook says of his route from Cape Horn, "I endeavoured to make a direct course, and in part succeeded." End of chapter 7. Chapter number 8 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 8, 1769. Society Islands. Prodigious expert thieves. Hardly had the anchor reached the bottom before they were surrounded by canoes, whose occupants were anxious to sell the supplies of fruits, raw and cooked fish, and a pig they had brought. The price asked for the pig was a hatchet, and as these were scarce, it was not purchased. When all was made safe, a party went ashore and was well received by the natives, but those who had previously been there with Wallis reported that those who were at that time said to be chiefs were keeping in the background. The next day, however, 2 men, evidently of rank, came on board, and being invited into the cabin, went through a ceremony described by Banks. Each singled out his friend. One took the captain, and the other chose myself. Each took off a part of his clothes and dressed his friend with what he took off. In return for this, we presented them with a hatchet and some beads. They were then invited by their new friends to go ashore. On landing, they were escorted to a building and introduced to an old man they had not seen before, and he presented Cook with a cock, and Banks with a hen, and each with a piece of native cloth. Banks gave in return for his share his large laced silk neckcloth and a linen handkerchief. After this they were permitted to stroll about, and received many tokens of amity in the shape of green boughs, and were then entertained at a banquet, the principal dishes being fish and breadfruit. Whilst at dinner, Solander had his pocket picked of an opera glass, and Monkhouse lost his snuff box. As soon as this was made known, Lycurgus, as they had named one of their friends, drove off the people, striking them and throwing anything he could lay his hands to at them. He offered pieces of cloth as compensation, and when these were refused, extended his offer to everything he possessed.
He was at last made to understand that all that was wanted was the return of the stolen articles, and after a time the snuff box and the case of the glass were returned, and by the glass itself. During the whole of the stay at the island they had the greatest difficulties with the natives for stealing, an accomplishment at which, Cook says, they were prodigious expert. On the whole, their first visit ashore was satisfactory, and was thought to augur well for the observations of the transit. A site was selected for a camp on the eastern point of the bay, to which the name of Point Venus was given. The longitude, according to Cook, was 149 degrees 31 minutes west, and to Wharton 149 degrees 29 minutes west. Lines were traced for the boundaries, and Banks' largest tent was pitched and a guard mounted, and then the others went for a walk of inspection. They passed through some woods that Mr. Hicks had been prevented from exploring the day before, and Banks had the luck to bring down 3 ducks with 1 shot, a deed thought likely to impress the natives with respect for the white man's weapon. On their road back to camp they were alarmed by a musket shot, and hurrying on found that one of the sentries had been pushed down and his musket stolen, so the midshipman in command had ordered a shot to be fired at the thief, who was killed, but the musket was not recovered. All the natives ran away but one, whom Cook calls Awha, and whom the master, Mr. Molyneux, who had been out with Wallis, recognised as being a man of some authority. Through Awha an attempt was made to arrange matters, but the natives were very shy when the English landed the next day. However, the 2 chiefs who had first made friends, to whom the names of Lycurgus and Hercules had been given, again came on board, bringing the presents of pigs and breadfruit. They concluded, as Hercules' present was the larger, he was the richer, and therefore the more important chief. To lessen the chances of disagreements in trading, and to keep some control of prices, Cook ordered that only one person should conduct the purchasing for the ship, and as Banks had shown aptitude in dealing with the natives, he was appointed. The natives were to be treated with every imaginable humanity. On the 16th Mr. Buchan, the artist, had another epileptic fit, which was unfortunately fatal, and he was buried at sea to run no risk of offending against any of the customs or superstitions of the natives. Cook, in referring to his death, says, "He will be greatly missed in the course of this voyage." In the afternoon the ship was brought into such a position as to command the site of the proposed camp, and as there was to be an eclipse of one of Jupiter's satellites, Cook and Green stayed ashore to get an observation, but the weather was unpropitious. Cook sketches. The camp was now got into order. The north and south sides were protected by a bank 4 feet 6 inches high on the inside, having a ditch 10 feet wide and 6 feet deep on the outside. The west side, facing the bay, had a 4-foot bank crowned by a palisade, with no ditch, and the east side, on the bank of the river, was protected by a double row of water casks. The armament consisted of 2 carriage guns on the weakest or east side, and 6 swivel guns, 2 on each of the other sides. The garrison was 45 men, including civilians, and Cook considered it was practically impregnable. In the manuscripts department of the British Museum is a pen and ink sketch and a plan of the fort, drawn by Cook, which agrees much better with the description than the engraving of Parkinson's drawing, published in the History of the Voyage. The natives were disturbed by these preparations, some leaving the bay, but when no dreadful results occurred, they took courage and returned. The fort completed, the instruments were landed and put into the required positions to be prepared for their work, and the following morning the quadrant, which had not been removed from the case in which it was packed in London, was found to be missing, although a sentry had been stationed within 5 yards of it the whole night. Inquiries were made, and it was elicited that the thief had been seen making off with it. Banks, his native friend, and 1 or 2 of the English at once started, closely followed by Cook and a party of marines. After a long chase the quadrant was recovered, but some of the smaller parts were missing. After a time these also were returned in the case of a horse pistol, which had been stolen from Banks, and soon after the pistol was recovered and they were able to return to camp. On their arrival they found Cook's friend Dutaha Hercules had been detained as a hostage, so he at once was released, to the great delight of the natives, who had been much alarmed to see the armed party go into the woods. In order to show his gratitude for his release, Dutaha sent a present of 2 hogs to Cook, for which he refused to take any return. But afterwards second thoughts proved best, and he sent a man to ask for an axe and a shirt, and to say that he was going away and would not be back for 10 days. As the supplies of vegetables and fruit in the market had been decreasing in quantity, it was thought better to refuse the present in hopes he would apply for it in person, and arrangements could then be made for a regular market. But he sent someone else again, and so word was returned that Cook and Banks would bring it to him the following day. For fear this promise should be forgotten, Dutaha again sent his man, and Cook and Banks started off in the pinnace. On their arrival they were received by a large crowd, which was kept in order by a man in an immense turban, armed with a long white stick, which he applied to the people with great judgment and relish. The party were conducted to a large tree, and very graciously received by Dutaha, who immediately asked for his axe, which was given him, together with a shirt and a piece of broadcloth made into a boat cloak. He put on the cloak and gave the shirt to the man with the stick, and refreshments were served. They were afterwards entertained with dancing and wrestling, and then Dutaha accompanied them back to the ship, taking his supplies for dinner, and when it became known he was on board, trading was resumed. A day or 2 after, Banks received an urgent message from his friend Taburai Lycurgus, saying he was very ill. He complained of having been poisoned by one of the sailors. It seems he had noticed the sailors chewing and asked for a quid, had bitten off a piece and swallowed it. Banks prescribed large draughts of coconut milk, with happy results. Surf riding. Flies were a terrible pest. They got into everything and ate off the artist's colours almost as fast as they could be laid on. Tar and molasses were dried as a trap for them, but the natives stole it and used it as an ointment for sores. The surf riding struck the visitors with admiration. Swimming out with a piece of board, they would mount it, and come in on the crest of the waves, and Banks says he does not believe that any European could have lived amongst the breakers as they did. He especially admired the manner they timed the waves and dived beneath on their way out from shore. A blacksmith's forge had been set up, and in spare time the smith would fashion old iron into axes, or repair old axes for the natives, and it was noticed that some of these old axes were not of English make,
and it appeared unlikely they were obtained from the Dolphin. At length it was ascertained that since Wallis's visit in that vessel, 2 ships had anchored off the east coast, and it was concluded from the description given by the natives of the flags that they were Spanish. But on the arrival of the Endeavour at Batavia, they were able to identify them as French ships commanded by Monsieur de Bougainville, whose crews were suffering very severely from scurvy at the time. Paying a visit to Dootahah to see if a supply of fresh meat, which was running very short, could be obtained, they were received in a very friendly manner, but being delayed till it was too late to return to the ship by daylight, they remained all night, and as a consequence nearly everyone found they had lost some property. Cook's stockings were stolen from under his pillow, where he had placed them for safety. Perhaps as consolation for their losses they were entertained during the night to a concert, 3 drums and 4 flutes, the latter having 4 holes, into one of which the performer blew with his nostrils, were the orchestra, and Cook's criticism is hardly complimentary. The music and singing were so much of a piece that I was very glad when it was over. They waited till noon the next day in hopes of meat and the return of the stolen articles, but in vain, though Dootahah promised he would bring all to the ship, a promise we had no reason to expect he would fulfil. The Transit of Venus. The important day of the observation was now approaching, and everything was in readiness. In order to diminish the risk of disappointment through local atmospheric disturbance, Cook sent a party to Eimeo, York Island, and sent one to the southeast of Otaheite, as far to the east of Point Venus as possible. The first party consisted of Lieutenant Gore, Banks, Sporing, and Monkhouse, and the second of Lieutenant Hicks, Clerk, Pickersgill, and Saunders, Mr. Green providing the necessary instruments. At Fort Venus everything was in good working order. The astronomical clock was set up in the large tent, being placed in a strong frame made for the purpose at Greenwich, and was then planted in the ground as firmly as possible and fenced around to prevent accidental disturbance. 12 feet away the observatory was placed, comprising the telescopes on their stands, the quadrant securely fixed on the top of a cask of wet sand firmly set in the ground, and the journeyman clock. The telescopes used by Cook and Green were 2 reflecting ones made by Mr. J. Short. The 3rd of June proved as favourable to our purposes as we could wish. Not a cloud to be seen the whole day, and the air was perfectly clear, so that we had every advantage we could desire in observing the whole passage of the planet of Venus over the sun's disk. We very distinctly saw the atmosphere, or dusty shade, around the body of the planet, which very much disturbed the time of contact, particularly the 2 internal ones. Dr. Solander observed as well as Mr. Green and myself, and we differed from one another in observing the times of contact much more than could be expected. Mr. Green's telescope and mine were of the same magnifying power, but that of the doctor was greater than ours. It was nearly calm the whole day, and the thermometer exposed to the sun about the middle of the day rose to a degree of heat we had not before met with. In the report published in the Philosophical Transactions he also refers to the heat. Every wished for favourable circumstance attended the whole of the day, without one single impediment excepting the heat, which was intolerable. The thermometer, which hung by the clock, and was exposed to the sun as we were,
was one time as high as 119 degrees. This report is accompanied by diagrams illustrating the different contacts and the effects of the penumbra, which Cook believes to be better seen by Solander than by himself or Green. It was estimated at about 7/8 of a diameter of the planet, and was visible to Cook throughout the whole transit. The times taken by Green were: the first external contact 9 hours 25 minutes 42 seconds AM. The first internal contact 9 hours 44 minutes 4 seconds AM. The second internal contact 3 hours 14 minutes 8 seconds PM. The second external contact 3 hours 22 minutes 10 seconds PM. The other two parties were equally successful, and at times Banks was able to employ himself in trading with the natives, with whom he soon got on friendly terms. In fact, he had to decline further purchases, as he had as much as they could take away with them. He was also successful in his botanical inquiries, obtaining several plants he had not seen in Otaheite. Whilst the observations were being taken, some of the crew broke into the store and stole a quantity of the large nails that were used as a medium of trade with the islanders. One man was found with 7 in his possession, and after careful inquiry was sentenced to 24 lashes, which seems to have been the severest sentence meted out by Cook during the voyage. The sentence was carried out, and though it was well known that more than one was implicated, he refused to name anyone else, but suffered in silence. A dog dinner. The King's birthday being on the 5th of June, Cook entertained several of the chiefs at dinner, and the health of Kilnargo was toasted so many times by some of them that the result was disastrous. One of the presents received from a chief was a dog, which they were informed was good to eat. After some discussion it was handed to a native named Tupia, who had made himself very useful, and afterwards accompanied them on the voyage, and he, having smothered it with his hands and drawn it, wrapped it in leaves and baked it in a native oven. With some hesitation it was tasted and met with general approval. Cook says, "Therefore we resolved for the future never to despise dog flesh," and in another place he says they put dog's flesh next only to English lamb. These dogs were bred for eating and lived entirely on vegetable food. The main object of their stay at Otaheite having been attained, steps were taken for further prosecution of the voyage. The ship was careened, her bottom scraped, and found free from worm, but the boats had suffered, particularly the long boat, which had had to have a new bottom. She had been varnished only; the other boats, painted with white lead, had not suffered so much. The stores were overhauled, and the ship was fitted for sea. Whilst these preparations were being made, Cook and Banks made a circuit of the island in the pinnace to examine the coast. Several good anchorages were found, with from 16 to 24 fathoms, and good holding ground. The southeast portion was almost cut off from the mainland by a narrow, marshy isthmus, about 2 miles wide, over which the natives dragged their canoes with little difficulty. On the south coast one of the large burying places was seen, by far the most extensive one on the island. It is described as a long square of stonework built pyramidically. Its base is 267 feet by 87 feet. At the top it is 250 feet by 8 feet. It is built in the same manner as we do steps leading up to a sundial, or fountain erected in the middle of a square.
where there is a flight of steps on each side. In this building there are 11 of such steps. Each step is about 4 feet in height, and the breadth 4 feet 7 inches, but they decreased both in height and breadth from the bottom to the top. On the middle of the top stood the image of a bird carved in wood. Near it lay the broken one of a fish, carved in stone. There was no hollow or cavity in the inside, the whole being filled up with stones. The outside was faced partly with hewn stones, and partly with others, and these were placed in such a manner as to look very agreeable to the eye. Some of the hewn stones were 4 feet 7 inches by 2 feet 4 inches, and 15 inches thick, and having been squared and polished with some sort of an edge tool. On the east side was enclosed with a stone wall a piece of ground in the form of a square 360 feet by 354. In this was growing several cypress trees and plantains. Round about this Mori were several smaller ones, all going to decay, and on the beach, between them and the sea, lay scattered up and down a great quantity of human bones. Not far from the great Mori was 2 or 3 pretty large altars, where lay the skull bones of some hogs and dogs. This monument stands on the south side of Oparianu, upon a low point of land about 100 yards from the sea. It appeared to have been built many years, and was in a state of decay, as most of their Moris are. They were quite unable to gain information as to the history of these remains, nor of the religious beliefs of the islander, though they appeared to have some vague notions of a future life. An excursion inland. When the party returned to Point Venus, they found the refitting nearly complete, but the anchor stocks all had to be renewed owing to the ravages of the sea worms, so Banks and Monkhouse made an excursion up the river on which the camp was situated. In about 9 miles the precipitous banks had completely closed them in, and further advance was blocked by a cliff at least 100 feet high, over which the river fell. The natives with them said that they had never been further, so the expedition returned. Charles Darwin in 1835 made an attempt to ascend the same river, and though he penetrated some distance further, he describes the country as extremely difficult. He saw several places where 2 or 3 determined men could easily hold at bay many times their own number. Gardens had been laid out during their stay, and European seeds were planted, which were fairly successful, except some brought out by Cook in carefully sealed bottles, none of which turned out well. Some of the sailors were either enticed away or attempted to desert, so Cook seized 1 or 2 of the chiefs as hostages, and runaways were quickly returned. Some of the natives were anxious to go away with them, and Banks persuaded Cook to let them take Tupia, a man supposed to be of priestly rank, who had proved himself very useful on several occasions, and he was allowed to take with him a boy as a servant. Cook records, on the leaving, that during the 3 months' stay they had been on very good terms with the natives, and the few misunderstandings that did occur rose either from the difficulty of explaining matters to each other, or else from the inveterate habits of theft on the part of the natives, iron in any shape being simply irresistible. On the 13th of July the Endeavour sailed for Huahine, anchoring inside the reef on the northwest on the 17th. Banks, Solander, Monkhouse and Tupia at once accompanied Cook ashore, where a ceremony, presumed to be a sort of treaty of peace,
was gone through, and then they were permitted to go where they liked. On this ceremonial, Cook says, "It further appeared that the things which Tupia gave away was for the God of this people, as they gave us a hog and some coconuts for our God, and thus they have certainly drawn us in to commit sacrilege, for the hog hath already received sentence of death, and is to be dissected tomorrow." A careful pilot. A market was organised by Monkhouse, and as soon as the natives understood that the stay of the ship would be very short, they managed to produce a fairly good supply of fruits and vegetables. The people were found to be rather lighter complexioned, and certainly not so addicted to thieving as the Otaheitans. As a memorial of the visit, Cook gave the chief a plate with the inscription, "His Britannic Majesty's Ship Endeavour, Lieutenant Cook, Commander, 16th of July 1769, Huahine." He also added some medals or counters of the English coins, struck in 1761, and other presents, and the recipient promised he would never part with them. From this place they went to Ulitia, Raiatea, landing on the 21st, and after another ceremonial the English Jack was hoisted, and possession taken of the whole group in the name of King George. Tupia proved himself an excellent pilot, with great knowledge of the localities, and having sent down a diver at Huahine to ascertain the exact draught of the ship, he was very careful she never went into less than 5 fathoms of water. He had evidently had great experience in navigating these seas in canoes, boats of whose construction and sailing qualities Cook speaks in the highest terms. Banks at this time remarks, "We have now seen 17 islands in these seas, and have landed on 5 of the most important. The language, manners, and customs agreed most exactly." Detained by adverse wind off Otaha, and finding the water coming badly into the foresail room and powder room, Cook put into the west side to repair and take in ballast, as the ship was getting too light to carry sail on a wind. He took the opportunity to survey to the north with Banks and Solander. Putting into one place, they were well received and entertained with music and dancing, and Cook's verdict was that neither their music or dancing were at all calculated to please a European. A sort of farce was also acted, but they could make nothing of it except that it showed that these people have a notion of dramatic performances. During the whole stay in the Society group they had been very well off for fresh food, consequently their sea stores had been little called on. Jarvis, in his history of the Hawaiian or Sandwich Islands, says that with Cook a silence in regards to the maritime efforts of his predecessors is observable throughout his journals, and as a proof that he traded on the knowledge of others, he remarks that at Otaheite he made inquiries if there were any islands to the north, and afterwards evinced no surprise when he discovered them. Now Cook in his journals constantly shows that he compares his knowledge with that of others, and often regrets he has not further records to consult. As for his inquiries, he would have been grossly neglecting his duty had he not made them, for it was only a common sense method of procedure, which evidently Mr. Jarvis could not understand. The result of these inquiries can be seen in the British Museum in the shape of a map drawn by Cook from information given by Tupia. On it are some sentences in the Otaheitian language. End of chapter 8. Chapter number 9 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, 1769 to 1770, New Zealand. Leaving the Society Islands on the 9th of August, they were off Ohetiroa, Rurutu, in the central group, on the 14th, but the natives were unfriendly and they did not land. A canoe came out to meet the pinnace which had been sent to obtain information. The occupants, on being presented with gifts, tried to steal the lot, and were fired over, but by some mischance one of the natives was slightly wounded in the head, whereupon they hurriedly retreated, and further attempts at communication were abandoned. From this place the course was laid to the south to strike the much talked of southern continent. The weather rapidly got colder, and the pigs and fowls began to sicken and die. On the 26th of August they celebrated the anniversary of leaving England by cutting a Cheshire cheese and tapping a cask of porter, which proved excellent. On the 28th an unfortunate death occurred. The boatswain's mate, John Reading, was given some rum by his chief, and it is supposed drunk it all off at once, for he was shortly afterwards found to be very drunk, and was taken to his berth, but next morning was past recovery. On the 2nd of September, in latitude 40 degrees 22 minutes south, the weather was very bad, and having not the least visible signs of land, Cook again turned northwards, in order to get better weather and then to push west. The continuous swell convinced him there was no large body of land to the south for many leagues. Towards the end of September, frequent signs were noted of being near land, floating seaweed, wood, and the difference in the birds, etc. So a gallon of rum was offered to the first to sight land, and on the 7th of October the North Island of New Zealand, never before approached from the east by Europeans, was seen by a boy named Nicholas Young, the servant of Mr. Perry, surgeon's mate. The boy's name is omitted from the early muster sheets of the ship, but appears on the 18th of April 1769, entered as A.B., in the place of Peter Flower, drowned. Cook named the point seen, the southwest point of Poverty Bay, Young Nick's Head. Tasman had discovered the west coast in 1642, and had given it the name of Staten Land, but he never set foot on shore. He was driven away by the natives, who killed 4 of his men, and named the place Massacre, now Golden, Bay. He sailed along the northwest coast, giving the headlands the names they still bear. Dalrymple held that this land discovered by Tasman was the west coast of the looked-for Terra Australis Incognita, and his theory was now shattered. Land in New Zealand. Nearing the coast a bay was discovered into which the ship sailed, and let go her anchor near the mouth of a small river, not far from where the town of Gisborne now stands. Plenty of smoke was seen, showing the country was inhabited, and the pinnace and yawl were manned and armed, and Cook landed on the east side of the river. Some natives were seen on the other side, and to try to open communications, the yawl, pulled by 4 boys, entered the river, whilst Cook followed up the natives, who had retreated towards some huts about 300 yards away. Some Maoris, thinking the boys would be an easy prey, tried to steal on the yawl, but the coxswain of the pinnace observing them called the boat back. one of the Maoris raised his spear to throw, and the coxswain fired over his head, causing a moment's pause of surprise, but seeing nothing further he again prepared to throw his spear, so the coxswain shot him, and his friends retreated at once, leaving the body behind. Cook at once ordered a return to the ship, as it was now getting dark. The next morning, seeing some men near the same place, Cook again landed with Banks, Solander, and an armed party, and Solander went forward to the brink of the river to try and speak with the natives, but was received with a threatening waving of spears and a war dance. Cook retired to the boats, and landing the marines, again advanced with Green, Monkhouse, and Tupia. The latter spoke to the natives, and to the great delight of the party, found he could make himself understood. After a little parley, an unarmed native swam across the river, and was then followed by 20 or 30 more with their arms. Presents were given, but they seemed dissatisfied and wanted arms. At last one stole Green's hanger, and they all became very aggressive and insolent, whilst more was seen to be preparing to cross. So Cook, thinking the position was getting too serious, ordered the one who had taken the hanger, and who was apparently the leader, to be shot, whereupon the rest beat a hasty retreat. The next day the boats tried to find another landing place, but the surf was too heavy, and when 2 canoes were seen coming in from the sea, Cook determined to intercept them and try to come to friendly terms. However, they would not stop when called on, and on a musket being fired over them, the occupants seized their weapons and fiercely attacked the nearest boat, its crew being compelled to fire in self-defence, and Cook says 2 natives were killed. Banks gives the number as 4, and the Maori account agrees with him. 3 jumped overboard to swim ashore, but were picked up by the boats and taken on board ship. They were at first very depressed, but soon recovered their spirits on finding themselves well treated, and after eating and drinking enormously, entertained the crew with songs and dances. Cook deeply regretted this incident, and candidly confesses that he was not justified in trying to seize the canoes, but having once committed himself, he was obliged for his own safety to go to the bitter end. Banks says that the day is the most disagreeable my life has yet seen, black be the mark for it, and heaven send that such may never return to embitter future reflection. The next day a party landed to cut wood, and was accompanied by the 3 captives, whom they tried to persuade to join their friends. The suggestion was declined, as they professed to be afraid of being eaten, and after a time went and hid in some bushes. Cook, noticing several parties of armed natives advancing in a threatening manner, retired his woodcutters across the river. About 150 to 200 Maoris gathered on the opposite bank. Tupia was put forward to parley, and some presents were shown, and at length one man came over who received a present from each of the British and then rejoined his friends. Cook then returned to the ship, taking with him the 3 youths, who still seemed afraid of their own countrymen. They were again landed the next morning as the ship was about to sail, and though they still professed to be frightened, were now seen walking away in friendly converse with some who had come to meet them. Native account. Mr. Polack, a New Zealand resident, gives an account in his New Zealand, which he gathered from the children of natives who were present at the landing of Cook. The tribe, then living in the neighbourhood, were recent arrivals, their leader being Tiratu, the first man killed by the English. The natives were anxious to avenge him, but were afraid of the thunderbolts which killed at a long distance. Some indeed went so far as to say that they felt ill if an Englishman looked at them. The idea of revenge was only ended on the vessel leaving. Mr. Pollack's chief witness was the son of a man who was wounded by a ball in the shoulder, but survived his wound till within a year or two of 1836, the time the information was obtained. Before the ship left, a sort of peace was patched up by means of presents, and dead bodies which had been left where they fell, apparently as a protest, were removed. Cook describes the country as a narrow slip of low sand, backed by well-wooded hills, rising in the interior into high mountains, on which patches of snow could be seen. That it was fairly populated was evident from the smoke rising through the trees, more especially in the valleys leading into Poverty Bay, as he named it, because they were unable to get anything but a small quantity of wood. At Hawke's Bay, whilst trading was going on, a large war canoe came up, and occupants received some presents. Cook noticed a man wearing a cloak of some black skin, and offered a piece of red cloth for it. The owner took it off, but would not part with it till he received the cloth, and then his boat was pushed off from the ship, and Cook lost both his cloak and his cloth. Soon after, a determined attempt was made to steal Tupier's boy, Tayeto, who was handing some things down to a canoe. The Maoris had to be fired on, and in the consequent confusion the boy jumped into the water and swam to the ship. The point off which this occurred was named Cape Kidnapper. As there was no appearance of a harbour, Cook altered his course to the north at Cape Turnagain, 40 degrees 34 minutes south, to see if he could not do better in the other direction. All the canoes seen along this coast were well made, far in advance of anything they had seen before, and the grotesque carving and ornamental work was admirably executed. The dresses worn were usually two cloak-shaped garments, one worn round the shoulders and the other around the loins, and were made of a substance like hemp, some being very fine. Banks had purchased something like them at Rio de Janeiro, for which he gave 36 shillings, thinking it cheap, but these were as fine, if not finer, in texture. Dogs, which were used as food, and rats were the only quadrupeds seen. Whilst Banks and Solander were collecting, they discovered a large natural arch, which the former describes as the most magnificent surprise he has ever met with. It was sketched by Parkinson, and is engraved in the history. Cook also made a pen and ink sketch of it, which is in the British Museum. Cook's washing stolen. On the 31st of October they rounded East Cape and followed the coast, which trended more to the west. They saw a great number of villages and patches of cultivation, some of the last looking as if freshly ploughed. The whole aspect of the country was changing for the better, but the inhabitants did not seem more peaceably inclined. 5 canoes came out to the ship fully armed, and apparently bent on mischief. Cook was very busy and did not want them on board, so to keep them off ordered a musket to be fired over them, but as it only caused them to stop for a moment, a round of shot was sent over them, and they hurriedly turned tail. The place was given the name Cape Runaway. White Island was named, but it must have been quiescent, as there is no note of its being a volcano. As they sailed along the coast they met with canoes from which fish, lobsters, and mussels were purchased, and trading seems well established, when one gentleman took a fancy to Cook's sheets, which were trailing overboard (they were in the wash), and refused to give them up. Muskets were fired over them and they fled, and Cook lost his sheets. From near White Island, Mount Edgecombe was seen, named after the Sergeant of Marines. It is a high round mountain, and forms a conspicuous landmark on both sides of the North Island. During this day they had noticed several small villages perched on difficult eminences, and surrounded by palisades, which Tupia declared were Mories or places of worship. But, says Cook, I rather think they are places of retreat or strongholds, where they defend themselves against the attack of an enemy, as some of them seemed not ill designed for that purpose. British soldiers have since discovered that a Maori pa is not ill designed for that purpose. Cook most unfortunately missed the harbour of Tauranga, the only safe port on the east coast between Auckland and Wellington for ships of any size. Native account. On what is now known as Cook's Bay, they managed to induce the natives to trade, and purchased crayfish, over which Parkinson waxes enthusiastic, and mackerel as good as ever was eat, the latter in such large quantities that they were able to salt a considerable number, thus saving their sea stores. After the observation of the transit of Mercury, in which they were not very successful, Wharton thinks they were taken by surprise, the transit occurring somewhat earlier than expected. Green says, unfortunately for the seamen, their lookout was on the wrong side of the sun. The end was likewise as grossly mistaken. They returned to the ship and found that there had been a difficulty with the natives, who had assumed a very threatening manner, and one attempted to run off with a piece of calico, which was at that time a subject of barter. Mr. Gore seized a musket and fired, killing his man. Colonel Mundy, in our Antipodes, says he saw a man named Taniwha in 1848, who remembered Cook's visit and imitated his walk, with the peculiar manner he had of waving his right hand, and also told of the kindly way Cook had with the children. Taniwha told Mundy that after the man was shot, the Māoris landed, consulted over the body, and decided that as the corpse commenced the quarrel by the theft of the calico, his death should not be revenged, but that he should be buried in the cloth which he had paid for with his life. Colonel Wynyard took down the same story from Taniwha's lips in 1852, when he was supposed to be about 93, and says, his faculties were little impaired, and his great age perceptible more from a stoop and grey hairs than any other infirmity. Cook expressed very strong disapproval of Mr. Gore's conduct. Next day Cook and Banks explored a river that entered near where they were anchored, the east side of which was very barren, but the west was much better. No signs of cultivation showed on either. Wild fowl were plentiful, and oysters, as good as ever came from Colchester, and of about the same size, says Banks, were taken on board in large quantities, laid down under the booms, and employed the ship's company very well, who, I sincerely believe, did nothing but eat them from the time they came on board till night, by which time a large part were expended. But this gave us no kind of uneasiness, since we well knew that not the boat only, but the ship might be loaded in one tide almost, as they are dry at half ebb. Cook thinks the inhabitants lived on fish and shellfish, with fern roots for bread, for very large heaps of shells were found, but no signs of cultivation. A fortified village was visited. The inhabitants good-naturedly conducted them all over, and showing whatever they expressed a wish to see. It was built on a high promontory, whose sides were in some places quite inaccessible, in others very difficult, except where it faced the narrow edge of the hill. Here it was defended by a double ditch and bank, with 2 rows of pickets, the inner row being on the bank, leaving standing room for the defenders. The inner ditch was 24 feet from the bottom to top of the bank. A stage about 30 feet high, 40 feet long and 6 feet wide was erected inside the fence, with a second, a few paces from it, placed at right angles. From these the garrison were able to throw their spears and stones on to the heads of their enemies. The whole village was surrounded by a strong picket fence, running close to the edge of the hill. The entire surface of the top of the hill was cut up into small squares, each surrounded by its own fence, and communicating by narrow lanes, with little gateways, so that if the outer defences were forced, each square could be defended in turn. Cook says, "I look upon it to be a very strong and well chosen post, and where a small number of resolute men might defend themselves a long time against a vast superior force, armed in the manner as these people are." He noticed with quick eye the great failing in these native fortresses, that is, the want of storage for water. In these Māori villages it was remarked that sanitary arrangements were provided, such as, says Beckman in his History of Inventions, did not exist in the palace of the King of Spain at the time. Large quantities of iron sand were noted here, but the use was quite unknown to the natives, who were indifferent to the iron tools or spikes, which had hitherto been such a valuable medium of exchange elsewhere. A large supply of wild celery and a fresh boatload of oysters were put on board. A tree was marked with the name of the ship, the date, and 1 or 2 other particulars. The flag was hoisted, saluted, and possession taken of the country, and the ship sailed again on her journey. At the Thames. Running closely along the coast, they hauled round Cape Colville into the entrance of a strait, bay or river, and anchored for the night, and in the morning they stood on along the east side. Canoes came off, and from the behaviour of the occupants, some of whom came on board at the first invitation, it was judged that favourable accounts had been heard of the ship. After running about 5 leagues, the water shoaled to about 6 fathoms, and the ship anchored, and boats were sent out to sound. No great increase of depth being found, the pinnace and longboat went up the river about 9 miles away, and on account of a fancied resemblance named it the Thames. They landed at a village near the mouth, being well received, but desiring to take advantage of the flood tide which ran as strong as it does in the River Thames below bridge. They made no stay. They went up about 14 miles, and then finding little alteration in the appearance of the country, landed to inspect some large trees of a kind they had previously noted. One was carefully measured, and found to be 19 feet 6 inches girth at 6 feet from the ground, and by means of Cook's quadrant, 89 feet to the lowest branch. It was perfectly straight, and tapered very slightly, and some were seen that were even larger. This was the black pine, to the Māoris matoi, and to the naturalists Podocarpus. On the way down the river, their friends of the morning came out and trafficked us with the most friendly manner imaginable, until they had disposed of the few trifles they had. When the boats got outside, they had to anchor, as a strong tide and breeze were against them. They did not reach the ship till next morning, when the breeze had increased to a gale, and topgallant yards had to be struck. When the wind dropped, what was left was against them, and the Endeavour would only go with the tide, so Cook took a run ashore to the west side of the bay, but saw nothing of interest, and concluded it was but sparsely inhabited. Whilst he was away, natives went off to trade, and behaved remarkably well, with the exception of one man who was caught making off with the half-hour glass. So Mr. Hicks had him triced up, and he was given 12 lashes. When it was explained to his friend why this was done, they expressed their approval, and on his release an old man gave him another thrashing. The weather now became very unsettled, and they were not able to keep as near the coast as they desired, but on the 26th of November some cultivated spots were seen, and several canoes came off. Some of the natives ventured on board. To 2, who appeared to be chiefs, I gave presents. After these were gone out of the ship, the others became so troublesome that in order to get rid of them we were at the expense of 2 or 3 musket balls and 1 4-pound shot, but as no harm was intended them, none they received, unless they happened to overheat themselves in pulling ashore. A stampede. To the west side of Cape Brett is a deep bay which was seen but not named, and here the town of Russell is now established, said to possess one of the finest harbours in the world, into which vessels of any draught can enter in all weathers and at any state of the tide. The natives were found difficult to deal with, and would cheat whenever they had an opportunity. The ship left its anchorage, but was after a time driven back again, and Cook with a party took the opportunity to land. They were followed up by the Maoris, and were soon surrounded by about 200 of them, some of whom tried to seize the boats, but being driven off tried to break in on the party. Several charges of small shot, which did no serious damage, were fired into them, and then the ship fired a 4-pounder over them, which caused a stampede, and during the rest of the stay there was no further trouble, but Cook had to punish 3 of his own men for stealing potatoes from one of the plantations. He invariably tried to hold the balance fairly between his men and the natives. The country is described as very similar to that seen before, but the number of inhabitants was greater, and though apparently not under the same chiefs, they were on good terms with each other, and inclined to be civil to their visitors. A good deal of the ground was under cultivation, producing good sweet potatoes. A few trees of the paper mulberry were seen, from which the natives made a cloth in a similar manner to the Otaheitans, but the quantity was so small that it was used only for ornament. Tupia, who had been instructed to gain as much information about the people as he could, was informed that some of their ancestors once went off in large canoes and discovered a country to the northwest after a passage of about a month, only a small number returning. These reported that they had been to a place where the people ate hogs, using the same word for the animal as the Otaheitans. Tupia asked if they had any in New Zealand, and the reply was no. He asked if their ancestors brought any back. Again the answer was no, whereupon he told them their story must be a lie, for their ancestors could never have been such fools as to come back without some. The land said to have been discovered may have been New Caledonia. One of the men who had been wounded at the first coming of the ship was seen by Banks. A ball had gone through his arm and grazed his chest. He did not seem to have any pain, and the wound, though exposed to the air, was perfectly healthy, and he was greatly pleased to receive a musket ball like the one which had wounded him. When leaving the bay they nearly grounded, being set by the current towards a small island, but the boats towed them clear. Very soon after they struck on an unseen rock, which was named Whale Rock, but almost immediately got clear, with no perceptible damage, into 20 fathoms. Blown off the land. Progress was now very slow, owing either to want of or adverse wind. On the 10th of December they discovered 2 bays separated by a low neck of land, Knuckle Point. One bay was named Doubtless Bay and the other Sandy Bay. The country is described as nothing but irregular white sandhills, and Cook concluded from its appearance that the island was here very narrow and exposed to the open sea on the west. This he soon proved to be correct. Foster, in his account of the second voyage, says that when the Endeavour was passing Doubtless Bay, Monsieur de Surville was anchored under the land in the Saint Jean Baptiste, and saw Cook's ship, though he himself unseen. In the account of de Surville's voyage, published by the Académie Française, it is stated that New Zealand was not sighted till the 12th of December 1769, and owing to bad weather no anchorage was gained till the 17th. No mention whatever is made of the Endeavour being sighted, and Monsieur l'Abbé Rochon, the editor, thinks it is most probable that neither navigator knew anything of the movements of the other. De Surville mentions having lost anchors in a place he calls Double Bay during a storm about the 22nd of December, and it may possibly have been the one Cook encountered on the 28th off the north end of the island. They were blown out of sight of land on the 13th, the main topsail being split, and next day both fore and mizzen topsails were lost, but they managed to bring up under shelter of a small island off Knuckle Point. On the 15th the latitude was found to be 34 degrees 6 minutes south, with land visible to the southwest, and a large swell was coming from the west, so Cook concluded this was the most northerly point of the island, and named it North Cape. After beating about for some days against westerly winds, they ran up north, returning southwards the 23rd of December, and the following day sighted land to the southeast, which proved to be Tasman's Three Kings. Here Banks provided the Christmas dinner, shooting several Sloane geese, which were made into a pie, and were eaten with great approbation, and in the evening all hands were as drunk as our forefathers used to be upon like occasions. On the 27th, when about 30 leagues west of North Cape, and about the same latitude as the Bay of Islands, no land in sight, the wind rose, so that they had to bring to under the mainsail, but moderated a little the next day, so that they could run in towards the land. Again it freshened up and blew a perfect hurricane, accompanied by heavy rain and prodigious high sea, which caused the ship to go greatly to leeward. On the 30th, Cape Maria van Diemen was seen about 6 leagues off, the land extending east and south. On the last day of the year their position was given as 34 degrees 42 minutes south, Cape Maria van Diemen, northeast by north about 5 leagues. Cook says, "I cannot help thinking but what it will appear a little strange that at this season of the year we should be 3 weeks in getting 50 leagues, for so long is it since we passed Cape Brett. But it will hardly be credited that in the midst of summer and in the latitude of 35 degrees south, such a gale of wind as we have had could have happened, which for its strength and continuous was such as I hardly was ever in before. Fortunately at this time we are a good distance from land, otherwise it would have proved fatal to us." Vegetable sheep. On the 2nd of January 1770 Cook fixed the position of Cape Maria van Diemen, giving it as 34 degrees 30 minutes south, 187 degrees 18 minutes west of Greenwich. Admiral Wharton remarks that this is extraordinarily correct, seeing that the ship was never close to the Cape, and the observations were all taken in very bad weather. The latitude is exact, and the longitude only 3 miles out. He missed seeing Kaipara Harbour, one of the few good ones on the west coast, and describes the land as having a most desolate and inhospitable appearance, nothing but sand hills with hardly a sign of vegetation on them, and says, "If we was once clear of it, I am determined not to come so near again, if I can avoid it, unless we have a very favourable wind indeed." On the 11th a high mountain, its summit covered with snow, was seen, and named Mount Egmont. Wharton gives its height as 8,300 feet, and describes it as a magnificent conical mountain surrounded on 3 sides by the sea. Bank notes, on the sides of the hill, many white lumps in companies, which bore much resemblance to flocks of sheep. These were a peculiar plant, Raulia mammillaris, Hooker, known in New Zealand as vegetable sheep. Fires were seen, the first signs of inhabitants on the west coast. On the 14th, thinking he was in the entrance of a large bay, Cook ran in under the southern coast, and finding it broken into promising looking bays, determined to run into one and careen the ship, as she was very foul. It is now called Ship Cove, in Queen Charlotte's Sound. Here they were at once visited by canoes, whose fully armed occupants commenced acquaintance by heaving a few stones against the ship. Tupia opened a conversation, and a few ventured on board, but did not make a long stay. Cook then landed to look for water, and soon found excellent supply, and as to wood, the land here is an entire forest. Whilst he was away the crew got out the nets and caught about 300 pounds of fish. Some natives also came off with fish, and though it was not good, Cook ordered it to be bought in order to open up the trade with them. However, they soon found these people were inclined to be quarrelsome and threatening, and as the ship was in an awkward position, being already hove down for cleaning, a change of small shot was fired at the worst offender, which quickly taught them to behave better in future. They had long suspected the natives were addicted to cannibalism, and now they proved it, as they purchased the bone of a forearm of a man, from which the flesh had been recently picked, and were given to understand that a few days before a strange canoe had arrived, and its occupants had been killed and eaten. They only ate their enemies, but held all strangers to be such. The place where the ship was careened was, according to Wharton, about 70 miles from Massacre Bay, where Tasman's men were killed, and Cook endeavoured to find out if there were any traditions of visits from ships to the neighbourhood, but could gain no information. The natives became friendly as time went on, and bought good fish, which they sold for nails, cloth, paper, a great favourite at first, but when they found it would not stand water, worthless, and Cook says, "In this traffic they never once attempted to defraud us of any one thing, but dealt as fair as people could do." The surrounding country was too thickly timbered for them to see much, but one day, being out in a boat trying to find the end of the inlet, Cook took the opportunity of climbing a thickly timbered hill, and from there saw, far away to the eastward, that the seas which washed both west and eastern coasts were united, and that one part of New Zealand at any rate was an island, and he had thus solved one of the problems he had given him in England. They also saw that much of their immediate neighbourhood was not mainland as they thought, but consisted of a number of small islands. A more sensible people. The population of the district was estimated at only some 300 or 400, and appeared to subsist on fish and fern roots. They were evidently poorer than those seen previously, and their canoes are described as mean and almost without ornament. They soon understood the value of iron, and readily took spike nails when trading, and greatly preferred kersey and broadcloth to the Otaheite cloth, which showed them to be more sensible people than many of their neighbours, says Cook. An old man, who had previously paid several visits, complained that one of the ship's boats had fired on and wounded 2 Maoris, one of whom was since dead. On inquiry, Cook found that the master and 5 petty officers, fishing beyond the usual limits, were approached by 2 canoes in what they thought was a threatening manner, and had fired to keep them off. A second native assured Cook no death had occurred, and inquiry failed to discover one, but Cook very severely condemned the action of his men as totally unjustifiable. The ship had, by this time, been brought into fairly good trim, being clean, freshly caulked and tarred, and broken ironwork all repaired, so preparations were made to push through the straits. But before leaving, 2 posts were set up, one near the watering place and the other on the island Motuara, on which the name of the ship and the date of the visit had been cut, and possession was taken of this land, the king's health being drunk, and the empty bottle presented to the old man who had complained about the shooting, and who was greatly delighted with his present. He also was given some silver 3-penny pieces, dated 1763, and spike nails marked with a broad arrow. On getting out into the strait, a very strong current nearly drove them on to a small island. The anchor would not hold, and only a change in the current, probably caused by the tide, saved them. The southern point of the North Island was named Cape Pallisser, in honour of my worthy friend Captain Pallisser, and the north point of the South Island was called Cape Campbell, after Captain John Campbell, F.R.S., who had been one of Cook's strongest supporters as observer for the Royal Society. When through the straits, Cook was turning south, but finding some of his people were not quite satisfied as to the part they had passed between an island, he took a northerly course till Cape Turgenin was recognised, when he at once went about for the south. Banks says, "At this time there were 2 parties on board, one who wished that the land in sight might, and the others that it might not, prove to be a continent. I myself have always been most firm in the former wish, though sorry I am to say that my party is so small that there are none heartily of it than myself, and one poor midshipman; the rest begin to sigh for roast beef." The east coast was followed down to Banks Peninsula, which was at first thought might be an island, and is marked by dotted lines as doubtful in Cook's chart. When Gore thought he had seen land to the east, and Cook, though convinced it was a mistake, ran out to make sure. On returning the winds proved contrary, and their progress was very slow, but they several times succeeded in running close in to the land, and from what they could see concluded it was very barren, with high ranges in the interior, and with very few evidences of inhabitants. A favourable breeze springing up from the north, they tried to make the most of it, and by that means carried away the main topgallant mast and fore topmast steering sail boom, but these were soon replaced by others. A high bluff was named after Admiral Saunders, and near were several bays, wherein there appeared to be anchorage and shelter from south-west, westerly, and north-west winds. One of these is now Otago Bay, the port of Dunedin. The traps. On the 26th of February it blew hard from west-south-west, so they stood southward. They lost the foresail, and then the wind moderated, only to come on with increased fury about daylight, when their main topsail went. The storm continued for 48 hours, and half that time they lay to, heading south. After being lost for 7 days the land was again sighted near Cape Saunders, and at night a large fire was seen on shore. On the 6th of March, being satisfied that he had passed the south point of the island, Cook altered his course to the west, and nearly ran on some partially submerged rocks a few miles to the south east of Stewart Island, to which he gave the suggestive name of the Traps. They were again blown off, but picked up the land again at the western end of Foveaux Straits. Again they had to run off, returning to near Dusky Bay, which he wished to enter as he thought it looked a likely harbour, but the difficulty of getting out again and consequent waste of time prevented him. Off Cape Foulwind, suggestive name, they were again blown out to sea, but soon recovered their position, and Cook describes the land. No country upon earth can appear with a more rugged and barren aspect than this does from the sea, for as far inland as the eye can reach nothing is to be seen but the summits of these rocky mountains, which seem to lay so near one another as not to admit any valleys between them. On the 24th they rounded the north point of the South Island, and on the 27th Cook writes, "As we have now circumnavigated the whole of this country, it is time for me to think of quitting it." He had thus carried out to the fullest extent the instructions to determine the situation and nature of the land seen by Tasman in 1642, and had done it in the most conclusive manner possible, by sailing around it, and thus upset Mr. Dalrymple's favourite theory that it formed part of a continent. In Admiralty Bay, which he entered to refit for the homeward voyage, the sails were found to require a thorough overhaul, for, as Banks says, they were ill provided from the first, and were now worn and damaged by the rough work they had gone through, particularly on the New Zealand coast, and they gave no little trouble to get into order again. The 2 points forming the bay were appropriately named after the Secretaries of the Admiralty, Stephens and Jackson. The opinion was expressed that European fruits, grain, etc., would grow well in New Zealand, and an agricultural population would be successful. Timber of excellent quality was plentiful, and it was believed that New Zealand flax promised to be of considerable commercial value. Fish was found in great quantities, and lobsters and oysters being specially remarkable for quality and quantity. No quadrupeds except dogs and rats were seen, and birds did not seem very plentiful. The minerals, in Cook's opinion, did not appear of much value, but he admitted that he was not an authority on the subject. Banks notes the Southern Islanders appeared to be an inferior race to those of the north, the latter probably more closely allied to the Otahitian type. Many of their customs were similar, and their language practically identical. Tupia had no difficulty in making himself understood. It would seem that even at this time founding a colony in the southern hemisphere had been under discussion, for Cook says that if a settlement were decided on in New Zealand, he would recommend the estuary of the Thames and the Bay of Islands as most suitable for the purpose. Speaking of his chart of New Zealand, Cook points out frankly the places where he thinks he may have fallen into error, and gives his reasons for so thinking, and the opinions of others are worth recording. A dull sailor. Admiral Wharton says, "Never has a coast been as well laid down by a first explorer, and it must have required unceasing vigilance and continual observation in fair weather and foul, to arrive at such a satisfactory conclusion, and with such a dull sailor as the Endeavour was. The 6½ months occupied in the work, 2,400 miles of coast, must have counted as a short interval in which to do it." Monsieur Crozet, second to Monsieur Marion de Fresnay in command of the French expedition that was out in the following year, says, "As soon as I obtained information of the voyage of Cook, I carefully compared the chart I had prepared of that part of the coast of New Zealand along which we had coasted, with that prepared by Captain Cook and his officers. I found it of an exactitude and of a thoroughness of detail which astonished me beyond all power of expression. I doubt whether our own coasts of France have been delineated with more precision. I think, therefore, I cannot do better than to lay down our track of New Zealand on the chart prepared by the celebrated English navigator." End of chapter 9.
Chapter number 10 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, 1770, Australia. The next thing to be done was to decide the course to be taken towards England. Cook would have liked to have returned by the Horn, and thus settled the existence or non-existence of a large body of land in the South Pacific. But the time of year and the condition of his ship suggested that would be to court disaster. The same reasons held good against a direct course to the Cape of Good Hope, with the added disadvantage of there being no probability of any fresh discoveries, as that part of the ocean had been frequently traversed. It was therefore resolved to return by way of the East Indies by the following route, upon leaving this coast to the westward until we fall in with the east coast of New Holland, and then to follow the direction of that coast to the northward, or what other direction it might take us, until we arrive at its northern extremity, and if it should be found impracticable, then to endeavour to fall in with the land or islands discovered by Quiros. This extract from Cook's journal shows that he made no claim to the discovery of Australia, and settles the stupid story that his connection with the discovery of the east coast was an accident. It was a course laid down after thorough consideration of the best charts, very poor at best, in his possession. Botany Bay. The good ship Endeavour got under way on the 31st of March 1770, with a favourable wind and clear sky, heading a little north of west. On the 16th a change in the birds denoted the neighbourhood of a land, and after a touch of contrary wind, on the 19th of April 1770, Lieutenant Hicks sighted land extending from northeast to west, distant 5 or 6 leagues. This was the looked-for east coast of New Holland, and the ship was at the entrance of Bass Straits, but on his chart Cook shows by a dotted line that he felt uncertain whether Van Diemen's Land was joined to New Holland or no. The low hill which was first seen was named Point Hicks after its discoverer, and its position is given as 38 degrees 0 minutes south, 211 degrees 7 minutes west. 3 waterspouts were seen a short distance from the ship, and are remarkable as being the first ones mentioned in the log. The course was altered to the north, and the country is described as rather low, not very hilly, covered with green woods, and the shore of white sand. Cape Howe was named the following day, and the position fixed as 37 degrees 28 minutes south, 210 degrees 3 minutes west, which Wharton says is almost exact. The country now appeared to be improving in character, and smoke proved the existence of inhabitants, but none were visible till Cape Dromedary and Bateman's Bay were passed, when some were seen on the shore, but too far away for observation. Cook wished to land at Jervis Bay, but the wind was against him, and he could not afford time to beat in. An attempt was unsuccessfully made at a place that has been identified a little north of 5 Islands, near Illawarra, but the surf was too heavy. At daylight on Sunday the 29th of April, a bay was discovered, and the master was sent in to sound the entrance, the ship following closely, and soon the Endeavour anchored for the first time in Australian waters, about 2 miles within the entrance of Stingray, now Botany Bay. For note see below, that is, at the end of the chapter. The time when the name of the bay was changed has been much disputed, but it is probable it was done some time after leaving the place. It was called Stingray on account of the big haul of that fish, made soon after their arrival, and the name stands in all the logs. Banks refers to it under the name in a general description of the country, written when leaving Cape York. Cook is, however, decisive, for under the date 6th of May, he says, "The greatest quantity of plants Mr. Banks and Mr. Solander found in this place occasioned my giving it the name of Botany Bay." On coming to an anchor, Cook, Banks, and Tupia went on shore, and Canon Bennett, a second cousin of Mrs. Cook's, and one who knew her personally, relates that the family legend was that on reaching the shore Cook ordered the midshipmen to jump out Isaac, and Isaac Smith, afterwards Admiral, also a cousin of Mrs. Cook, was the first Englishman to set his foot on the soil of New South Wales. The few natives who were near ran away, excepting 2, who came forward to oppose any landing. A musket was fired over them, and they retired to where they had left their spares.
and then one threw a stone at the boat, and as they were too far away for any serious damage to be done, Cook fired a charge of small shot at him. He then ran off to a small hut near, picked up a wooden shield, and returned to take up his position alongside his comrade, and they threw a couple of spears, receiving a second discharge of small shot in return, which caused them to retire slowly. As Banks, suspicious of some gummy substance on the points of the spears, suggested poison, they were not followed up. The huts found near the landing place were constructed of sticks covered with a piece of bark, somewhat similar to those seen in Tierra del Fuego. Some children found carefully covered up were left undisturbed, but 40 or 50 spears were taken, and payment in the shape of beads, cloth, nails, etc., was left, but still untouched, on visiting the camp the next morning. The canoes from which the natives were seen fishing are described by Cook as the worst he ever saw, being merely sheets of bark tied with withies at the end, and kept open in the middle by a stick. Considerable difficulty was experienced in obtaining water, and whilst the crew were procuring it, Cook made a survey of the harbour. He describes the country as lightly timbered, with a sandy soil growing a plentiful crop of coarse grass, of which a quantity was cut for the sheep. The soil was interspersed with rocks and swamps, but at the head of the bay appeared richer. A few natives were seen, who ran away when observed, and though 1 or 2 spears were thrown, no damage was done to anyone. Large heaps of oyster, mussel, and cockle shells were found, amongst them, Cook says, being some of the largest oyster shells I ever saw. An account said to have been obtained from the blacks, published in a work on Australian discovery, anonymous, Sydney, agrees as far as it goes with those of Cook and Banks, and it is almost unnecessary to say the ship was at first taken for a large bird. Sutherland's death. Whilst here, a seaman named Forbes Sutherland, Forby in the muster roll, died of consumption, from which he had suffered throughout the voyage, was buried on shore, and the point named Point Sutherland in his memory. The anonymous pamphlet referred to above says that Cook does not give the cause of Sutherland's death, and that he had been fatally wounded by the blacks whilst trying to secure a metal plate he had found affixed to a tree, recording that the Dutch had previously been on the spot. The pamphlet goes on to say that Cook suppressed these facts in order to have the credit of being the first discoverer, but that the plate had been secured by someone and deposited in the British Museum. Unfortunately, Cook does give the cause of Sutherland's death, and the plate is not in the British Museum, nor has it ever been heard of there. Before leaving, an inscription was cut on a tree near the watering place, giving the ship's name and date. The English colours were displayed on shore every day during their stay, but they could not establish any friendly intercourse with the blacks. A plate has since been attached to the rocks about 15 feet above high water, and as near as possible to the supposed place of landing. After leaving Botany Bay, the coast was followed up to the north, and Cook noted an entrance which he thought might prove a safe anchorage, to which he gave the name of Port Jackson, after Mr. George Jackson, one of the secretaries to the Admiralty. Within this entrance is now the city of Sydney, and it was to this place that Captain Phillip removed his headquarters when he had discovered the unsuitability of Botany Bay as a settlement. Broken Bay, named from the number of small islands therein, was passed, and the voyage was rendered very slow by the light northerly winds,
and passing Cape Hawke, he found the set of the current had placed him 12 miles in advance, when reckoned by the log, of his real position given by observation. Almost the only thing to be seen beyond the outline of the coast was the constantly recurring smoke. One point received the name of Smoky Cape on account of the great quantity seen in its vicinity. Cook, of course, was unaware that these smokes were probably, many of them, signals from one party of blacks to another of the arrival of something strange on the coast. That these smokes are used by the blacks as a means of communication is a well recognised fact, and the news they can convey by this means is perfectly astonishing to a white man. The country appeared to increase in height with an agreeable variety of hills, ridges, and valleys, and large plains all clothed with wood, which to all appearances is the same as I have before mentioned, as we could discover no visible difference in the soil. After escaping a reef off Point Danger, they discovered a bay, which Cook called Moreton Bay after the Earl of Moreton, P.R.S., now wrongly spelt as Moreton Bay, Moreton. Here, from the colour of the water, they supposed a river emptied into the sea. The surmise was correct, for they were at the mouth of the Brisbane River. At the same time, some curiously shaped hills were given the name of glass houses, from their resemblance to the buildings in which glass is manufactured, and the resemblance is most striking. After rounding Breaksea Spit, Cook found himself in a large bay, and conjectured, from the birds and the direction of their flight, that there was fresh water to the south-west, and rightly, for here the Mary River enters Hervey's Bay. On the 23rd of May they landed for the second time, and Cook says that this was visibly worse than the last place, that is, Botany Bay. They managed to shoot a buzzard of 17½ pounds, and Banks says it was as large as a good turkey, and far the best we had eaten since we left England. It was so much appreciated that its name was conferred on Buzzard Head and Buzzard Bay. This bird is known in Australia as the plain turkey. Oysters of good quality were also obtained, and Banks made the personal acquaintance of the green tree ant and the Australian mosquito, neither of which were appreciated. Cape Capricorn. On the 24th of May a moderately high, white, barren-looking point was passed, which being found by observation to be directly under the tropic was named Cape Capricorn, and soon after the mouth of the Fitzroy was crossed, with the remark from Cook that from general appearances he believed there was a river in the immediate vicinity. Soundings becoming irregular, he ran out between the Keppel Islands, on one of which natives were seen. Cape Townsend was named after Charles Townshend, one of the Lords of the Admiralty when the Endeavour left England, and not the Chancellor of the Exchequer, as stated by Wharton. Rounding the point into Shoalwater Bay, they had to haul sharp up to the west to get within the Northumberland Islands, and the water was found to be so shallow that they anchored and sounded from the boats, gradually working nearer in, as Cook was anxious to clean the ship's bottom, which was very foul, and he desired to take advantage of the full moon in these dangerous waters. They landed to take some observations and look for water. The observations were unsatisfactory, for the compass was unreliable, a fault attributed to the ironstone in the neighbourhood, of which signs were very evident, and water was not to be found. The country is reported on as follows: no signs of fertility is to be seen upon the land. The soil of the uplands is mostly a hard reddish clay. Passing Cape Hillsborough,
they entered Whitsunday Passage, described by Cook as one continued safe harbour, besides a number of small bays and coves on each side, where ships might lay in as it were in a basin. The land on both sides was green and pleasant looking, but on account of the moonlight Cook could not waste any time in landing. Entering Cleveland Bay, the compass was again very much disturbed. The cause was found to be Magnetical, now Magnetic, Island, lying just off the present port of Townsville. Blacks were seen near Rockingham Bay through the glasses. They were said to be very dark and destitute of clothing, but no communication with them was possible. On the rocks. On the 10th of June, after leaving a small bay north of Cape Grafton, where they had searched in vain for a watering place, the watch had just turned in, the lead having been cast and given 17 fathoms, when the unfortunate ship brought all hands on deck, with a crash on a sunken rock. Soundings taken all round showed her to be on the very edge of a coral reef. Making but little water, an attempt was made to warp her off, but unsuccessfully. Steps were then taken to lighten her. Decaying stores, oil jars, staves, caskets, ballast, and her 6 quarter-deck guns were thrown overboard, some 40 to 50 tons, but with no effect. The tide now rising, the leaks increasing rapidly, 2 pumps being kept constantly at work. Thinking things could only go from bad to worse, Cook determined to heave her off at all hazards, and everyone who could be spared from the pumps was sent to the capstan or windlass, and at length, after a stay of 23 hours on the rocks, she was hove into deep water. Now, however, it was a case of all hands to the pumps, and for a time it seemed as if they were slowly gaining on the inrushing water, but suddenly there was an increase reported in the well, casting a shadow of gloom over all, but not for an instant staying the steady beat of the pumps. Shortly it was discovered that a fresh hand had been sent to the well, and had sounded from a different mark than his predecessor, accounting for the 16 to 18 inches difference in the depth of the water reported. This discovery acted like a charm. Each one redoubled his exertions, and by morning they had gained considerably on the leak, so sail was made, and they slowly crawled in towards the land. Midshipman Monkhouse had been on a ship which was leaking at the rate of 48 inches per hour, and had seen the operation called fothering so successfully performed on her that without further repair she had sailed from Virginia to London. This being brought to Cook's ear, he gave Monkhouse the charge of carrying out a similar experiment. A studded sail was taken, on which oakum and wool was lightly sewn and smothered with dirt. It was then lowered over the bows and dragged by ropes over the place where the worst of the leak was situated, and there secured, with the result, according to Banks, that in a quarter of an hour after it was in position they were able to pump the ship clear, and Cook says one pump was sufficient to keep her free. Of the conduct of the crew, Cook says, "In justice to the ship's company, I must say that no men ever behaved better than they have done on this occasion. Animated by the behaviour of every gentleman on board, every man seemed to have a just sense of the danger we were in, and exerted himself to the very utmost." Banks adds his testimony. Every man exerts his utmost for the preservation of the ship. The officers during the whole time never gave an order that did not show them to be perfectly composed and unmoved by the circumstances, however dreadful they might appear. The point off which the reef was situated was given the suggestive name of Cape Tribulation, and some small islands near, Hope Islands, because, as Cook says, he hoped, at the time of their greatest danger, they might be able to reach them. What a prospect to hope for! No possibility of ever seeing a friendly sail, and but little probability of ever being able to reach a civilized port. The Endeavour River. A boat sent off to search for some spot where temporary repairs could be executed soon returned and reported a small river had been found which appeared suitable. This was the Endeavour River, and into it the ship was safely taken, and deep water being found close to the bank, a stage was rigged, and most of the stores and ballast were taken on shore. A hospital was erected for the sick, which amounted at this time to some 8 or 9 afflicted with different disorders, but none very dangerously. Green and Tupia were showing symptoms of scurvy, but the remainder appeared to have been free from it. As soon as the ship was sufficiently lightened, she was warped a little further up the river, and at the top of the tide her bows were hauled well into the bank, so that when the tide fell away they were able to examine the leak. The damage was found to be very serious. The rock had cut through 4 planks into the timbers, and 3 other planks had been badly injured. The manner in which the ship had been injured was hardly credible, scarce a splinter was to be seen, but the whole was cut away as if done with a blunt-edged tool. A piece of the rock was found wedged in the hole, and had greatly assisted in arresting the influx of water. The sheathing and false keel were very badly damaged, but it was believed that she was not much injured aft, as she had made little water when once the main wound was dry. As what is believed to be the exact spot at which the Endeavour was beached, a monument has been erected by the inhabitants of Cooktown, a seaport now at the mouth of the river. There being no danger from the natives, the crew were allowed as much liberty as possible, and a good supply of fish, a few pigeons, and a small quantity of vegetables, in the shape of yam tops, cabbage palm, and wild plantains, had a very beneficial effect on their health. The longitude was calculated from an observation of the immersion of Jupiter's first satellite, as 214 degrees 42 minutes 30 seconds west, which Wharton remarks as being an excellent observation, the true longitude being 214 degrees 45 minutes west. Incendiarism by blacks. On the 14th of July the good ship was afloat again, so well repaired that only about an inch of water per hour was taken in, easily kept under by the pumps. She was laid over on a sandbank on the opposite side of the river and more carefully examined, the sheathing being found to be very badly damaged. The carpenter, in whom Cook had every confidence, reported that, with the means at his disposal, he could not make a satisfactory job, but he thought they might push on to some place where greater facilities could be obtained. She was therefore taken alongside the staging, the stores and ballast replaced, everything got ready for the prosecution of the voyage, and the master sent off in the pinnace to look for a passage to the north east, but was unsuccessful. He was again sent out, but again reported badly. The shoals appeared to get worse the further he went. He, however, brought back with him 3 turtles weighing about 800 pounds, which were most welcome, as the crew had now been some months without fresh meat. A second trip to where these were caught resulted in getting 3 or 4 more, and a large supply of shellfish. They had made several attempts to get on good terms with the few natives they had seen, and on one occasion 2 or 3 who were fishing had a long and animated conversation with Tupia, in which neither party could understand the other, though 1 or 2 were persuaded to visit the camp. Shortly before the last of the stores were taken in, Cook and Banks received friendly overtures from a small party, and 10 of them visited the ship. They were offered various gifts, but seemed to set little value on anything except the turtles. They made signs they wanted them, and when they found these signs ignored, attempted to carry 2 off, and when their aim was frustrated, went ashore to where some of the crew were at work. One of them took a light stick from under the pitch kettle, and made a wide circuit around the place, fired the grass as he ran. Fortunately there were not many things left ashore, and the powder had just been safely got on board, so the most serious damage appears to have been the premature roasting of a young pig. They then went off to where others of the crew were washing and drying the fishing nets, and another attempt was made to burn the grass, but a charge of small shot caused a retreat, and on their way they set fire to the undergrowth to cover their repulse. Banks was greatly impressed with the manner in which the grass and undergrowth burnt, and declared he would never pitch tents again without first burning the grass for some distance round. Gore, Banks, and 3 men made a few days' excursion up the river, but with the exception of a kangaroo being shot by Gore, the first ever killed by a European, they met with nothing worth noting. On the 18th of July, Cook, Banks, and Solander went up a hill some 6 or 8 miles along the coast to see if they could form any idea of the general run of the coast and the surrounding reefs, and Cook says, "In whatever direction we looked, the sea, was covered with shoals as far as the eye could see." Before leaving the river, Banks gives some notes as to the country, and puts it down as in every respect the most barren country we have yet seen. The animals were not numerous. He gives kangaroo, wolf, the dingo or native dog, bats, flying foxes, wild cats, dasyurus, and opossums. Amongst the birds, several kinds of duck, shags, pelicans, crows, and flock pigeons, all with the exception of the last difficult to shoot. Of the crow he says, "A crow in England, though in general sufficiently wary, is, I must say, a fool to a New Holland crow." None of the beasts or birds seem to have come amiss to the pot. All that was necessary was the meat should not be salt; that alone was sufficient to make it a delicacy. He quotes the description given by a sailor of an animal he saw. "It was as black as the devil and had wings. Indeed, I took it for the devil, or I might have catched it, for it crawled away very slowly through the grass." After some little trouble, Banks discovered this to have been a large bat, a flying fox. Of the insect life seen, he was particularly struck by the white ants and their nests, and formed a very respectful opinion of the mosquito. Cook's opinion agrees fairly well with that of Banks, but on the whole he thought the east coast was not so barren and desolate as Dampier had described the west coast, and adds, "We are to consider that we see this country in the pure state of nature. The industry of man has had nothing to do with any part of it, and yet we find all such things as nature hath bestowed upon it in a flourishing state. In this extensive country, it can never be doubted, but what most sorts of grain, fruit, roots, etc., of every kind, would flourish here were they once brought hither, planted and cultivated by the hands of industry. And here are provender for more cattle, at all seasons of the year, than ever can be brought into the country." This is a fair example of the observations and deductions to be found scattered through Cook's journals, and an improvement on the would-be scientific and classical rubbish put into his mouth by his editors. A masthead watch. At last, on the 4th of August, they got away from the Endeavour River, only to find themselves surrounded by difficulties. Cook or one of the other officers was continually at the masthead on the lookout, and at length, by keeping very close in shore, they managed to creep past Cape Flattery, and thought the worst was over, but a landing at Point Lookout showed a very unsatisfactory prospect. In hopes of getting a better view, Cook went out to Lizard Island, and there could see, far away to the east, the white breakers on the Great Barrier Reef. This island, on which the only living things to be seen are lizards, they found from the large piles of shells and remains of fires, was visited periodically by the blacks, a remarkable voyage for their miserable canoes. Having only 3 months' supplies at short allowance left, Cook, after a consultation with his officers, made out, through an opening in the Barrier Reef that he had seen from Lizard Island, and observes, "Having been entangled among islands and shoals more or less ever since the 26th of May, in which time we have sailed 360 leagues by the lead, without ever having a leadsman out of the chains, when the ship was under sail, a circumstance that perhaps never happened to any ship before, and yet it was here absolutely necessary." But their satisfaction on getting outside was diminished when it was found that the increased workings of the ship's timbers necessitated the continual use of one pump. Cook was afraid that being forced outside the Barrier Reef, he would be unable to put to the proof the opinion he had formed that New Guinea and New Holland were not joined. He did not know till after his return to England that the point had already been settled in 1606 by Louis de Torres, and he readily yields the honour of the discovery in the introduction to his second voyage. The log of Torres' voyage was lost for many years and was found at Manila, when that place was taken by Admiral Cornish in 1762. Cook had with him a copy of de Brye's Voyages, published in 1756, which contained 3 charts that he found to be tolerably good with regards to New Guinea, and he evidently formed the opinion that both the Spaniards and the Dutch had circumnavigated that island. I always understood, before I had a sight of these maps, that it was unknown whether or no New Holland and New Guinea was one continued land, and so it is said in the very history of voyages these maps are bound up in. However, we have now put this wholly out of dispute, but as I believe it was known before, and not publicly, I claim no other merit than the clearing up of a doubtful point. With this question of New Guinea and New Holland in view, he again made to the west, sighting the barrier again on the 15th of August, and on the following morning, the wind having changed in the night, the breakers were heard very distinctly. The lead gave no bottom at 140 fathoms, but at daybreak the reef was not a mile away, and they found themselves in a dead calm, rapidly drifting with the current towards the breakers. The yawl and longboat were got out, the pinnace being under repair, and the sweeps were used from the gun-room ports. By 6 o'clock she was heading north again, but not above 80 or 100 yards from the breakers. The same sea that washed the side of the ship rose in a breaker prodigiously high the next time it did rise, so that between us and destruction was only a dismal valley, the breadth of one wave, and even now no ground could be felt with 120 fathoms. A perilous position. The carpenter had by this time fastened a temporary streak on the pinnace, and it was sent off to assist in towing. Cook had almost given up hope, but he says, "In this truly terrible situation, Not one man ceased to do his utmost, and that with as much calmness as if no danger had been near. Admiral Wharton draws special attention to the fact that in the very height of the danger, Green, Charles Clerke, and Forward, the gunner, were engaged in taking a lunar of the longitude. Green notes, "These observations are very good, the limbs of the sun and moon very distinct, and a good horizon. We were about 100 yards from the reef, where we expected the ship to strike every minute, it being calm, no soundings, and the swell heaving us right on. When things seemed perfectly hopeless, a small breath of air, so small that at any other time in a calm we should not have observed it, came, and every advantage being taken, the distance from the reef was slightly increased, but then again it fell calm. A small opening of the reef was seen, and an attempt was made to push through, but the ebb tide was found to be gushing out like a mill stream. Advantage was taken of this, and they succeeded in getting about 1/4 of a mile away, but the current was so narrow they soon lost it. A second opening was seen, and the tide having changed, they were carried rapidly through Providential Channel, and safely anchored in 19 fathoms of water. Cook says, "It is but a few days ago that I rejoiced at having got without the reef, but that joy was nothing when compared to what I now felt at being safe at anchor within it." Having arrived at a place of safety, Cook resolved to remain till he had his boats in thorough repair and made a complete study of his difficulties. From the masthead it appeared as if the shoals and reefs offered less obstruction than he had previously thought towards the north, and he hoped by keeping as close to the shore as possible to be able to solve the problem of the passage between New Guinea and New Holland. At this place boats that had been out fishing brought back a sort of cockle, some requiring 2 men to lift them, and containing as much as 20 pounds of good wholesome meat. Take possession. Proceeding slowly through a network of reefs, shoals, and islands, the boats always sounding ahead, he had the satisfaction of passing the straits between Cape York and New Guinea, leaving Torres's track considerably to the north. On getting clear of the straits they landed for the last time in Australian waters, and hoisting the English flag, took possession of the whole eastern coast from the above latitude, 38 degrees 0 minutes south, down to this place by the name of New Wales. We fired 3 volleys of small arms, which were answered by the like number from the ship. Admiral Wharton says that in the King's and the Admiralty's copies of Cook's Journal the name is given as New South Wales, and in a letter written to Mr. John Walker of Whitby, dated the 13th of September 1771, Cook says, "The east coast of New Holland, or what I called New South Wales." After a narrow escape of running on a reef near Booby Island, from which they were only saved by letting go the anchors with all sails set, they left the difficulties of the New Holland coast behind, and sighted New Guinea on the 29th of August. Footnote: Stingray Bay. The great number of new plants, etc., our gentlemen botanists have collected in this place occasioned my giving in the name of Botanist Bay. Extract from the only page known to exist of the journal of the first voyage written by Cook, and dated 6th of May 1770. It was, July 1911, purchased by Mr. F. T. Staben for £451. End of chapter 10.